Everybody's thumbs are up. All right. Okay. So welcome everyone to the Human Narrative at Rad Inc. I am Robbie Rapole. That's Chad Talley. Human Narrative is a beautiful event where we find a word, we talk about that word. We laugh, cry, and do all kinds of things about that word. You hear that? A little buzz? Okay. All right, cool. Sorry. And I told you I'm going towards the light tonight. Um, but it's a really cool, magical room that Chad brought to me. It was a serious idea because he wouldn't let me talk to him via text. We had to talk in person. And I was totally down. I thought it was a great idea. It started one way and it's turned into what it is now. It started very terribly. And we've had some really rough times along the way. I've wanted to not do it so many times again. I wanted to cancel it so many times again. I did realize tonight my human narrative has finally shifted. Like, for real, for real. And, like, it's been a while that I'm telling a different story with my life and telling myself a different story. But anyway, the human narrative is an event where we sit up here and we talk. We start with a group of our regulars, and our regulars, they speak. We speak about one topic, one word topic. Tonight's topic is fear. We go through the people that are our regulars, and then when we're done with that, we go ahead and invite anyone who has moved to speak to come and speak. I was a bullied kid, and I am still a bully at heart. So I will take full responsibility for bullying you into coming up here and speaking. I used to be afraid that I bullied people and that was not right. Well, I don't fucking care anymore, because if you really want to do this and I bully you into fucking making your life better, well, you're welcome. So, but that's basically what this night is in a nutshell. It's hard to explain really what it is. It's weird, it's odd, it's beautiful, it's scary, it's not scary, it's very scary, it's funny, it's awesome. So yeah, we've been doing it for over a year now. It's been almost a year and a half, I think. Uh, we took a little bit of time off. Nobody's schedules lined up, and I think we all just kind of said fuck it, and then life kind of threw us all a whole bunch of monkey wrenches. And, uh, Every time you're disruptive, I'm just gonna say I love you, Donna. um, but yeah, life's been wild, and I'm really thankful to be back. There's some very special people in the room tonight. Um, People I didn't really expect to see here. But it's every person that I'm seeing. I'm very happy to see, and I'm just proud that Chad had the belief in this idea, and in our ability to carry it out. Um, and it's crazy because I know this dude longer than most people in this room. He's like fucking family at this point. Uh, it's not even like family. He's family at this point. And the rides we've all been on together, with all the wild shit that's been going on, um, and every time you fucking check on me, man, I always appreciate it. Because life is fucking wild, and life's been a weird ride lately, filled with a lot of fear and other things. So, without further ado, we're going to invite Mr. Chad Talley up to the stage.
How are we gonna get you off the stage every time?
I already got this.
Okay.
Like I'm in this chair that's got wheels on it, called a wheelchair.
Well, you usually go over there.
I know, but there's wires, so
I know.
I'm not fooling with the wires. I'm just gonna take a different perspective.
Yeah. Okay. I mean, so you talked about the event a little bit. We've introduced it to schools. We had Storyteller Club at Chorus School, which I'll bring back again this year. I just couldn't do it for reasons that I'm going to talk about at the beginning of the year this year. And we were going to bring it to Chicago to the IOCDF OCD conference, but again, we didn't do that for reasons I'm going to talk about. So fear. I thought that I knew what fear was. I thought, OCD, my intrusive thoughts, I thought that brings me fear. I thought my mom passing was bringing me fear. I thought my house catching fire was fear. No, real fear. I experienced it on June 26th at about 10:20 p.m. Megan had knee surgery on June 5th, and I can't talk too much about that for reasons I can't really talk about either. But she had been sleeping in our office because I had recliners in there. I have it set up like almost like a theater room. It was just easier for her to get in and out of that chair instead of getting up on the bed because we have a tall bed. But we had been playing Diablo all day, and it was something that we were bonding over. It's actually why I got that ring, because she said it looked kind of like Diablo, so I got that to replace the boring wedding band that I had. But we had been playing Diablo that day, and we got up to get ready for bed. She was doing her at-home PT on the couch, which is just moving her knee a little bit. And Cora wanted to sleep in that room with her that night. So we get up, and I always helped her get into the chair and helped her get ready for bed. She sits down in the chair, and me and Cora are joking, like about towel whips or something. Because she tried to whip me with a towel. I'm like, you really want to start a war you can't finish. But Megan, she was sitting down, she hit the leg lift, and then right when she hit the leg lift, when you hear like the pong of the leg lift going up, she seized up, her head started rolling, and she could only go, And I thought it was just knee pain because she had just done her at-home PT. I thought it was pain at first. But she couldn't respond. All I could get was a moaning. And then Cora is right next to her just screaming. And I'm like, are you okay? And when I couldn't get her to respond, I could only hear the moaning, I called 911. And I had Cora go out of the room to watch the door for the paramedics to come. And I'm on the phone with 911 as all this is happening. And he said, he's telling me, "Let me know if anything changes. Let me know if anything changes." I go, "Well, you can hear everything that I'm hearing. It's just her moaning." And things slowly go downhill. And at a certain point, when the paramedics get to the door, her lips go blue, she stops breathing, and she has no pulse. So I literally watched her die. And the paramedics got there, and they got her heart beating again within minutes. They got there within minutes because the fire station's literally right around the corner. It felt like hours, but they got there in minutes. And I'm trying to go back to Cora to make sure she's okay and go back to the office to make sure Megan's, that everything's working with her. And I'm going back and forth the whole time to make sure that her little mind isn't going to break and to make sure that my wife is going to live. And when they're trying to get her out of the office, I had Cora go stand in the kitchen and face the wall because they had her on a stretcher, wheeling her out with somebody on top of her doing CPR to the ambulance. And so me and Cora immediately get in the car, and I'm making all these phone calls. Michaela was the first person that I called. She didn't answer me at first. And then I called again, and she saw that I was calling again, and she picked up immediately. And she actually beat me to the hospital. But me and Cora are sitting in the driveway about to back out, waiting for the fire truck to move. And they come up to my window, and we just want to let you know we got her heart beating again. And we're going to take her to the hospital. They said, but don't rush because you're probably going to beat us there because we have to, do whatever we do. So we get there, and it's me and Cora, and Michaela's there now. And they put us in this, they called it a quiet room, so we didn't have to wait in a waiting room. Palm Bay's quiet room is a repurposed supply closet. It says it's -3, but it's at least 85, 90 degrees in there. There is an exposed fuse panel. 3 chairs that don't match. Yeah, and they leave you there without giving you any information. And then eventually they come back, and they're like, we just want to let you know that she had cardiac arrest at your house, and they got her heart beating, and then when she got here, she went into another cardiac arrest. And then at that point, we knew that she was alive, so Cora she wouldn't leave unless she got an update that that's what was happening. And Michaela took her to her house, and they let me go back and see her, but they didn't, prep me on anything. They were just like, do you want to come see her before? Because they had to airlift her to Holmes, because Palm Bay is not built for trauma. And she wasn't stable enough for an ambulance ride. So they brought me back there to see her without telling me anything. And I round the corner, and she's laying there with a ventilator. She's intubated with a ventilator. It was incredibly fucking hard to see. I wish they would have told me we had to put her on a vent, just so you be warned. It's going to be hard to see. No, I went back there, and that's the first thing that I saw. And I was like, is it normal for them to put somebody on a ventilator? They were like, well, with what she went through, yes, because she couldn't breathe on her own. Because the knee surgery had caused a pulmonary embolism or something, and her lungs were all fucked up too. The pulmonary embolism caused the cardiac arrest, which also in turn caused the stroke. So they airlifted her to Holmes, and that was an experience. I got there right when the helicopter got there, going way too fast down Babcock. But she went to the cardiac ICU where she stayed for, it was 3 weeks. The first night there, it's fucking nerve-wracking, and it's very surreal, because I remember when they put her in the bed in the room, the nurse is sitting there trying to, screaming at her, going, Megan, 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 trying to get her to, open her eyes and react and see where she is. It was getting nothing. I was like, can I try? So I tried, Helen, and nothing. I say the next day, but it was hours later when it was in the morning. The ER doctor comes up with the head of every department, and they're all talking about it, and they bring me into their differential thing to let them know what happened and what her history is, which was surreal. It was we were watching House before this happened too. We were rewatching that series, and it was like I couldn't help but think like I'm sitting in the room when they're like bouncing symptoms back and forth. Um, it fucking heart wrenching, and because she couldn't, her eyes weren't open, and she couldn't respond. They were. It was to the point where they were like, they would do pain stimulation to see if she would react, to see where like if her brain was active. They would take a pin and press it as hard as they could against her finger until like her arm moved or jerked, and they're like, okay, we got something. And I didn't even know if she was still in there. In my head, I didn't know what was going to happen, and you feel guilty about thinking these things, but you're like, does she have life insurance? Does she have this? Does she have this? Does she have this? Because I didn't know what her insurance benefits were through work. Her boss was great through the whole thing and helping me through everything too. But yeah, so eventually she was able to open her eyes. They did an EEG. I don't know what the head one is. They had like the magnet things on her head to read her brainwaves. Sitting there talking to the neurologist, and he's like, well, there's activity in there. So she's not brain dead. And I was like, well, thank fuck. I didn't know. I remember a point when our friend Jackie came to visit, and I was like, I just want to know that she's in there, because they're sitting there telling me like the part that got damaged is like where your personality is and where your decisions and everything are, and it's like I don't know what that means, but I'll see what happens. And thankfully my therapist had also been through something very similar. His wife had a stroke. So I was able to connect with him, and he was walking me through his experience, and I was telling him mine. He was like, well, here's what you can expect next. There was a point, she had an amazing nurse team, and I actually had a chance to go bring her back so that they could all meet her when she's conscious, which they all loved. But yeah, she had an amazing team, and I remember one night I was sitting there, and that was the same day this ER doctor who had no bedside manner at all came in and was like, do you want to sign a DNR? I was like, we're not to that point yet. She's stable and she has brain activity. He's like, well, you have to think of it as this. You're the family member who can't let go, and she's the person that's here. And if she has another heart attack, what are you going to do? He's like, well, I have to talk to her sister and shit about that. I can't make that decision right now. But that same day, I forget what the company is, like Harmony or something. It's a company that comes in when they see that you're on a ventilator. They'll come in and ask if you want to sign an organ donation thing. So I'm sitting there. I just got finished with that doctor, and I hear over the intercom, oh, this company is here for room 226 or whatever the fuck. That's the room that we were in. And I was like, well, who's that? And she's like, well, I wasn't even going to tell you. I was just going to tell them to fuck off. She says, it's a company that comes in whenever somebody's on a ventilator and they ask you to sign an organ donation if something were to happen. I'm like, yeah, I don't want to talk to them. And eventually her eyes were open and she was able to track people. Like, she would follow you with her eyes, but that was all she could do. She still couldn't, purposefully move her arms or legs or anything. And they said, well, we're going to have to transfer her to a long-term care facility, which is Kindred, because we're not built for, long-term care. We're only here to keep her stable and keep her alive. They're there to get her better. So she goes to Kindred, and still no real purposeful movement. She can still open her eyes and track. And slowly, as time goes on, the first thing she does is smile purposefully. And slowly she can move her arms purposefully. Not a lot, a little bit here and there. And I remember when she first really kind of came to. I think I had texted you that day. Because at Kindred, they have this weird forklift thing for people. When you can't get in and out of bed yourself. This girl flopped out of bed all the time. I saw a meme recently. It was like anybody with a fall risk bracelet, the second you turn your back, and it's got the person halfway off the bed. Now that was Megan. But they took this forklift thing, and every morning they would take her out of bed with it, and then pop her in this armchair, just to kind of keep her moving. Movement stimulates brain activity. And it was one of the days, a month and a half after everything that had happened. And I had talked to Michaela, I think it was the night before, and she had said something that kind of clicked and that I've kind of used since then, which was, she's your person. And I was like, that she really is. 'Cause me and her have like this weird mental telepathy thing too, where I'll think something and she'll say it, or she'll think something and then I'll say it. But we do this thing where we go if we're too far away to like actually kiss, and the other person will do it back. And I remember me and Cora were there for most of the morning. And I'm like, okay, we're gonna go downstairs and get some lunch, and we'll come back. And I did like the kissy thing to her, but I saw that she leaned forward a little bit, so I leaned forward, and then she like gave me a quick peck, and I was like, well, that was the first time since everything happened. I was like, that's crazy. And then I was sitting there telling her that, oh, you're my person, you're this, we're gonna do this. We have plane tickets, we're gonna go anywhere. Like, you're my soulmate, you're my person. And then she like, her eyes opened and she leaned forward and she mouthed, because she couldn't talk. She had a trach at this point, and she mouthed the word "what," and that was like the first sign that she's coming to. And slowly from there, it just got better and better. She had a lot of confusion at first. She thought she was there because she was pregnant. She's like, "Where's the baby?" I'm like, "There's no baby." She's like, "I had a vasectomy. There's no baby." Initially they did like 10 pregnancy tests just to make sure. It's like, those are all negative. I have no sperm. I have verified. And I remember when they put a valve on the trach so that she could actually talk. It was super fucking hard to hear. And I learned through this experience, I suck at reading lips. I tried. And I could see her getting so mad because I would repeat back, "Oh, this?" And she's like, well, I fucking tried, man. I even tried pulling up AI. And AI is, I tried it on myself, and it was like, no, it's completely wrong, and I can speak fine. And she called me one morning because she had asked for her phone back, and she had like the nurse dial my phone, and I picked up the phone. I'm gonna try and imitate the voice. I'm sorry, it's offensive. She was like, "Where's the baby?" It's like, we only have one baby. She's 10 and she's fine. She's on the couch. I had to like nix this baby idea so many times. Yeah, and I remember Riley came to visit one day, and Riley's got a very twisted sense of humor similar to mine. And Riley's like sitting there imitating her voice and stuff too, and she's not catching on, which is good. But at this point, she thinks there's a snake in her bed. Like, there's no snake. Or there was a time when they brought a therapy dog, and then she's telling me afterwards, because I got there afterwards, and she's like, "They brought me this dead dog, and I don't think that it was dead, honey. I think it was just being very calm." Or the best one, and it was when Ashley was there for this one. They don't use catheters anymore. They use something called a PureWick. It just kind of sits on top instead of going in. And it does look kind of like a dildo. And Megan like pulls it out, and she's like, "This looks like a dildo in my bed." And then Ashley sits there and grabs it, and she's holding it, and she's like, "It does look like a dildo." She didn't realize she was holding the thing that Megan was peeing on earlier that day. She shaved her too. I was going to get to that point, but she also shaved her. But it gets to the point. I come and visit one day, and she's like, "Did you ride your bike here?" I go, "I don't have a bike." And she gives me this look. She's like, "I guess I'll just take the bus home." I'm like, "You're not leaving." So I was like, "You're going to go to Brooks, which is in Jacksonville, because that's like they're built for. They're the best at what they do, and having witnessed and seen what they do, they are top notch at what they do." The condition that she was in when she left was she was conscious and could eat pureed food, but there was a lot of confusion happening, and I had expressed that to the doctors at Brooks before she went. I'm like, I'm really concerned with this confusion because if it's permanent, fine, whatever, I'll deal with it. I'll just tell her that she's not pregnant all the time. But they were like, it takes a while. It can take up to 6 months to hit peak recovery, 6 months to a year. But they worked miracles, man. She can eat regular food now. Every day they did physical therapy, speech therapy, everything, occupational. And then before they send her home, they actually bring whoever they're going to stay with in to do caretaker training, which I also had her sister come with me because her sister has been great through this whole thing. And so have you two. When she was in the ICU, you were constantly trying to make me leave the ICU because I basically lived there for 3 weeks. I know, but you were speaking from a place of experience, and I appreciate that. And like the third day she was there, they came to visit, and I had held it together pretty well for a while for Cora because I didn't want to show anything. I wanted to be strong. And then this man comes up and hugs me, and then I cry for 5 hours straight. But no, Brooks, they were amazing. They did physical therapy. They had her on like these like bionic leg things, walking on a treadmill. They had her pedaling a bike around the floors. And then when she left, they actually lined up all of her therapists and nurses down the hallway, and they all cheered her as she walked. As she had to wheel her down the hallway, she got to ring the bell that she's leaving. It was an awesome experience for her. And I was very scared when she came home. I'm like, I can't leave her alone because I'm going to be fucking terrified that something's going to happen again. But she's been, nothing's happened, knock on wood, except for she had issues breathing a couple weeks, like last week. We had rushed her to the ER, and her asthma was just acting up. But a little thing like that, and it's immediately sends me into panic mode, like, we got to go to the hospital now, something's fucked up. And they're like, she's just having an asthma issue, man, you're fine. I was like, well, 2 or 3 months ago, she was in that bed with the ventilator, so I think I have a right to be cautious. But no, it's been an experience, man. And she's made me so proud, and she's a walking miracle. Like, I have OCD, and I'm not supposed to Google shit, but I'm sitting there with her while she's unconscious, and I'm Googling survival rates of pulmonary embolism, survival rates of cardiac arrest, survival rates of stroke. And they're not great. But she survived 2 cardiac arrests, a stroke, a pulmonary embolism, seizures. She also had pneumonia and the flu when she was there. And here she is the other day. She's like picking up her walker and walking with it. Look, I can walk. It's like, that's great, honey, but be fucking careful. Hold the walker. There was one night, like when she recently, like one of the first nights she came home, I hear the bathroom door close, and like, I'm usually a light sleeper, but that night I was just exhausted and passed out. I hear the bathroom door close, and like, she got up by herself and walked to the bathroom. I go, what was your plan for getting back into bed? Because you can't walk on that ladder by yourself. She's, oh no. But she's ballsy. She does not let that walker hold her back. And she goes hard at PT and OT. She's only scheduled for 2 hours, and she'll be there for 3.5 every day. Sitting there doing squats, walking the treadmill, doing the bikes. She's doing the work to get better. And she has, speech gives her homework, and she reminds me, she's, make sure I do my homework. Because she does have short-term memory, but it's getting a lot better. And Riley had said something to me that I thought was funny, and that I kind of ran with. That, you know, it's till death do us part, right? And she went and fucking died twice. So we have to get remarried, which we're going to do on our 13th wedding anniversary, but hold on. That's probably better than frozen waffles and King of the Hill like the first time. But that's my story on fear. I didn't truly know fear. I thought I knew fear. until it slapped me in the face. So yeah, that's my story on fear. That's what I got.
So my knee started hurting a bunch when I was sitting over there. So I got this nice little stool. Now I gotta. I know. I totally felt bad. Like I was like, man, I just need a chair, a stool, or something. He gives me his stool. That ain't the way to do it, bro. But thank you. That is the way it was done. Man, all right, here we are. Cool. I'm learning how to live life in a wheelchair for a moment. It's a little bit weird again. That's a fear. We've talked about that, you and I specifically. But yeah, there's a lot of fears I think we all carry around. But I love how you were like, I thought I knew fear. 'Cause yeah, when you hit some really scary shit like that, like I can't even. I'm a really empathetic motherfucker, and I can't even like begin to like put myself in a position of understanding that fear. So, man, who's next? Kathleen. Yes. So I don't have my phone, and I usually do, and it has the list on it. Yeah, I think so. Well, obviously, I do actually. Yes. Not right now. I don't. Man, these are nice technical difficulties to have. But yeah, so this young lady here, we met at this wonderful place called the Way Through Workshop. She's been a guide and someone that's shown me love and joy, and always helps me adjust perspective and never is ashamed to speak what needs to be spoken, and that's fucking honorable as shit. And I love you. Kathleen! I'm not getting up for hugs. I'm sorry, guys.
Wow. Well, this isn't where I thought I was going to go, but that hug put me in this place. Last Monday, I went to a group I go to, and there was a lady in there, and she goes, I'm practicing hugging today. Because she was one of those people that was raised with no hugs when she was a kid. To the point where when she was a baby, she did not scream or shout because nobody ever responded to it. So she's grown so much with help of similar type things to this. And she gave me a hug, which certainly didn't look anything like the ones we do around here. She comes up and she goes like this, and then she goes, turns the other way and runs the other way. So I said to her, you do know there's a science to hugging. And what it does is it raises your oxytocin levels, which is what you need to do when you get scared. I was with a group of women sitting around a campfire several years ago, and the lady that was talking goes, she went around the crowd and asked everybody, what's your stress level? And there was not a woman in the crowd that said their stress level was below 110%. And then she goes, well, what do you do about it? What do you do about it when your stress level is really high? And and the answer that these women had, because they had experience with us, was they gathered together with other women, specifically with women in many situations, because a lot of these women were very wounded women, so they would sit in circles with other women. That's where they felt safe. And literally just being able to talk and be witnessed and realize that you're okay brings the stress levels way down. And you don't feel so afraid and scared and alone in the world. And it was interesting hearing Chad's story, because it put me back into places in my life where they had to put my daughter under, and she had her spleen taken out. And when somebody's coming to from being totally out, and they just leave you in the room all by yourself with somebody, and as long as you can see the person's still alive, they don't worry about it. And you're sitting there going, because it's very scary to watch somebody you love, just look like they're dead. And my second husband, he died of cancer in 2012 of the throat area. And the last few weeks that he was alive, I literally had to shove needles into his neck to keep him from bleeding out, to stop the bleeding. Like Chad, you learn what you can do. And your energy runs out if you don't have places to fuel up and friends to hug. And the tears, the healing tears that gets the toxins from the fear out of your body so you can carry on and move on to the next step. And when the topic of fear came up for this, I could think of Art Seller's voice, who was the gentleman who originally brought the Way Through workshop into this area that Robbie was talking about. And he would say, he said, what does fear feel like in your body? And then he would say, what does excitement feel like in your body? And you learn that both of them kind of take your breath away. You kind of, but they feel very, very, very similar. And being the daredevil that Robbie is, he can do the excitement one. But if I was trying to do that stuff, I would be doing the fear one. I can't do any of that. But actually, they go hand in hand. And I was asking Rose what she thought about fear on the way up here, and I heard myself say, fear is a constant. It's always with me. It's my companion. It scares the shit out of me, so I pay attention and can make adjustments to make things safe around me and make different choices. So fear is a teacher. It teaches you stuff. It teaches you how strong you are. Although most of the time I feel like a marshmallow and not very strong at all. Wimpy, I think they call it. Autobiography of a wimpy kid. So, something like that, which I've never read, but a lot of kids like those comic book type things to learn to read. which was not considered cool when I was in school. But you had to read the real books or something like that. So, just like all the emotions that happen in your life, you will be afraid a lot. And you will be happy a lot. And you will be sad a lot. And you will be elated a lot. And when the fear or the elation takes your breath away, you can move on and do the next thing if you access your breath again, because then you know you're still alive. And that there's lots of people around you to hold you, even when the people that you love don't get to stay in this form. They're here to help you continue on and pull yourself back up so you can keep going when the really, really sad stuff takes over for a while. Another thing to do when you're afraid is go find a kid to play with or a baby to hold. Because you'll learn that you have the energy and the power to comfort them and make them feel good, and they'll give that to you. Or hang out with your puppy dog or your kitty cat or your llama or your emu, depending on what kind of person you are. Those are all things you can do when you get in the place of fear. So you have a lot of options. And fear definitely lets you know you're alive. Thank you. By the way, all those women now sit in circles with men and raise the oxytocin levels with them too, because it's good for you guys too.
Give it up for Kathleen, everyone. It was weird, like you were like, well, when you're afraid, go do this, this, and this, and then like probably about a minute and a half later, I was like, oh, that's a simple instruction. I just need to go and like play with a kid, like a fucking dog or something. Cool, bruh. Like, yeah, like I can hug that motherfucker. Like, we could laugh or cry or pet each other or whatever the fuck it is. You know, Zen punch me. Like, you know, like sometimes I go and like, I hang out with Zen and he just starts fucking fighting, and now I'm like kicking the 3-year-old's ass, and like he's having a blast, you know, like, dude, I can hear it. But yeah, I love how you always pragmatic, simple instructions. Yeah, it's weird. It's fun. Like he's got these big pillows, and I hit him really hard. All the kids, they love it. You hit them, and they fucking fly across the room, and it's like, whoa, dude, it's fucking great. I love it. And they're just so joyous. Like they just laugh and shit, and like real fucking laugh. Like, damn, fool. Thanks for the reminder. All right. I guess I can carry on not being a miserable fuck for the rest of the day. Recalibration. Anyway, the next person, a human who I met across the street downtown Melbourne one day. He screamed hello, and over the next few years, we just created this relationship where I would get to watch this human grow and progress. And the evolution I'm watching him step into now is really beautiful and brilliant. And I'm just excited to be a part of his village and support, the journey, the weird ride we're all on called life. Abel, I love you. Come share.
Thank you. This is my Adam Sandler era. Ooh. I love it. Thank you. I do too. My titty falls out, but right? Listen. So, when I thought about fear, a lot came to mind, and it started with some questions that I ask often. What if this thing that I'm doing doesn't work? What if they leave me? What if I fail? So before I knew it, thinking about it, my heart starts racing, my hands get sweaty, I get fucking swamp ass, and I'm frozen. But I'm here to tell you that Spirit says for you to move, okay? If fear is loud, it's because your purpose is near, okay? So, we know of Moses. I think everybody's heard of him once in a blue moon or so. He was scared before going in front of the Pharaoh, which was actually his brother. In Exodus 3:11, he says, "Who am I that should go unto the Pharaoh?" God calls him to confront him. And what do we do with that? We question. And we go, why me? Right? I think all of us have experienced self-doubt. And it's a pain in the ass. But I notice that the thing that I feel the most unqualified for is the thing as to why I am chosen. And I feel that deeply in all of our hearts. So, courageousness is not the absence of fear, but it's saying, hey, I'm going to fucking move in spite of it. I'm going to keep going. I'm going to keep pushing. Even though I'm shaking in my bones, even though I'm trying to squeeze my fucking fupa together, I'm here talking. And we're going to get through it all together. So, in Luke 20, yeah, right. We love a good fupa moment. In Luke 22:42, right? Jesus says, Father, if you can take this cup away from me, please. That's when he's in the Garden of Gethsemane, and that is right before his crucifixion. Now, if we think about it in hindsight, the person who healed the blind, the one who walked on water, who brought the dead to life, he even asked, is there another way? Because I'm experiencing fear. And you know what? I came to realize that that's not weakness. That's humanity meeting divinity in the middle of the night. And I can tell you right now, I know a lot of us have been through that. Sometimes the hardest part is not the pain, but it's when heaven goes quiet. When you're praying, you don't hear anything. When you feel still, when there's no thunder, you hear nothing. You feel nothing. You just feel alone. But Jesus replies, nevertheless. And that says that regardless of the pressure, you still have faith. There is worship in the waiting, and you still surrender, although you are shaking. Fear, it doesn't disappear. It never will, okay? But it can back up itself from the face of divine surrender. We go, back up, motherfucker. So, last but not least, when your garden feels heavy and your heaven is quiet, please remember, heaven didn't answer that night. Heaven answered with the resurrection 3 days later. Thank you, guys. Love you. Gay men.
So you need to make like a podcast series called Faith and Fupas. Um, yes, Faith and Fupa's gay man. You know, it just seems like you have the best way to introduce Christ into a real conversation and bridge the gap. I love when people can speak from their truth and just be real about it, no matter what their truth is. So it's funny because I feel like we're having this conversation of like the why me for having, why do I have all these gifts? Why do I have these powers? Why can't I just like not fucking do this, bitch? And it's like, well, that's not real. And, you know, I've been learning a lot about how I will bear a whole lot just so I don't have to take a whole little over there. Because, like, that's labeled bad, but this, whatever, I ain't no bitch. So, huh? Why? Because I'm a real one. Back up, motherfucker. Yeah, I still got this metal leg. I don't even got to get up to hit you with it, fool. Say something. I mean, I don't want to make a mess. So thank you, Abel. I really love watching you evolve as a human and as a speaker too. It's really fun. So yeah, it's fun to watch everybody who speaks regularly, like, just kind of do the thing. And yeah, I'm rambling. Sorry. You're welcome, actually. I know, and it's partially what's throwing me off and just like hearing the giggles and shit. And I'm like, ah, right? It sounds great. And like but like that's why I said earlier, like doing the kids stuff at the shop, like having the daycare with the one and only Michaela. That was like the best idea we've ever had. That kind of came out of necessity and organically turned into like, hey, we should do this. And like it's the shop joke. Michaela could shit on the floor, ain't nobody will get mad. Now it's turned into we'll applaud her and thank her for you know, the blessing from the heavens. But it's and it was funny because Chad hit me up when we were looking for childcare and front desk, and he's like, "Dude, I'm telling you, man, my sister-in-law," and I'm like, "Send her, have her fucking give an application, man." Yeah, like, I don't handle this. I don't want to be in charge of these hirings. And it's been one of the coolest things, one of the best organic routes our studio and our lives have taken. So, moment of gratitude for the childcare agents of our lives, aka terrorist wranglers. You've helped us all learn a lot about how to parent our children better. So, thanks, dog. Love you, homie. And this motherfucker, dude, she's the dopest motherfucker in this room because she's got my birthday. All right? And that doesn't happen often. And then Jerome's the second dopest motherfucker is his the day before. So, like, you know. I mean, is it your choice? Okay, cool. Yeah, I was just praising somebody. Why? I love you, Donna. I was taking a moment of gratitude. Can a motherfucker have a side quest in this bitch? You're a video game person. You understand the side quest. The importance of the side quest, the way that's like, it like decompresses you and like recharges you to take on the next new quest. Come on, man. Why don't you I mean, I love you. Yeah, you're not allowed to do anything on this floor. You're lucky I let you touch the floor. Yeah, you better not touch that floor. Don't touch. All right, so the next person that's going to speak is someone. Man, wonderful. Even better now that y'all are here. Shit. All right. So the next speaker is, as I told her earlier in the lobby, one of the most magical motherfuckers I've ever met in my whole entire fucking life. When she speaks, it's fucking just earth shaking. Like, she just always comes in here and drops science and love and knowledge and experience, and it's beautiful. And I have such a huge reverence for you, because as a large, scary, well respected in my industry, heavily tattooed man, I still get anxious walking into a tattoo shop. Sometimes I get anxious just walking into fucking Wawa because people, right? So the fact that you came into a place that is so like not naturally someplace I'd expect to find you, and then just fucking be cool and real and drop some fucking wonderful on everyone. Like, yeah, Grandmother Rose, everybody. I get that's what I'm saying. I love everybody, but I ain't trying to stand up so much.
Complaining about getting up and I'm sitting back down. It's kind of silly.
That one's a little taller, though. It might be a little easier.
Yeah, that'll be a little bit better. Good evening. Fear has been a big part of my life. It is everybody's. I agree with what Kathleen said about fear. We all have fear at one time or the other. And the reason we do is because it is to give us fair warning of something coming up. And it's good to pay attention to when you feel fear. My fear started before I was born. And I didn't know what it was. I had no idea that how fearful I was or anything like that. But I've worked it through because my life has been a gift of whatever I need shows up. Sooner or later, it shows up. I can ask for something, a piece of information or whatever. If I pay attention, I'll find it. I'll see it. It'll come. And then I have to pay attention for sure. But about 6 months ago, not too long after my son died, I started having spells in the afternoon of being very, very sad and starting to cry and all this kind of stuff. I was grieving my son, but that's not what this was. This was something totally different. And then it would go away, and it had fear in it, but it was more sadness than fear. And it went on for a while, and then other things happened, and I'm going, okay, things like this happen. I start questioning myself and saying, okay, what is this? What's coming up? What do you need to address? What do you need to pay attention to? What do you need to hear? It took me quite a while to figure out that part of me was trying to talk to me. My inner being was trying to show me something that was part of my life, and I thought I'd conquered my fear a long time ago because I went through a lot of growth and learning in all different kinds of ways. If I really feel bad and I don't feel loved and feeling lost, I can just think of my community here and in Orlando and my family and know that I'm loved. They care for me. They don't always do what I want them to, but they love me and they care for me. I don't feel unloved anymore. But this one was really, really confusing to me because I couldn't figure out why I was feeling fear, why I was being confused and all this kind of stuff, because I'm recreating my life because now I don't have a son that lives with me and his lady. I live by myself again, which is not bad. It's good. But this fear started coming into my life. And I started looking and thinking and paying attention. How many of you watch YouTube? Raise your hand so I can see. Okay, thank you. YouTube to me has become the university of YouTube. That's where I learn. I'm picky about what I watch and all that kind of stuff, but sometimes I'm called to stuff that I go to it and it tells me something I didn't even know I needed to know. You know, and I watch movies and all kinds of funny stuff too. But I love to learn, and I love when something starts bothering me. I love to look at it and say, okay, this is what's happening. Where's it coming from? What is it? Why is it? Growing up as a child, an adult, who had a story of all kinds of things, but being afraid all the time, all your life. I didn't begin my journey until in my 50s, and I've come to deal with the fear I've experienced in my life and know that it's okay. I'm past that. It's not going to happen again. I'm not going to go there in that way. It's not, nobody's going to abuse me like that again. My life's not going to do that kind of stuff to me again. Or anybody around me, because I'll just get up and walk out. You know, I'll just leave. I've learned, got triggered a couple of times through this process. And I got triggered a couple of times, and ooh, did I go off on somebody? But good, that's not me. I don't do that. So I had to learn that somebody starts to trigger me again, I'll just go to the bathroom. Forget it. I'll just leave the room. Because I don't want to have that feeling again or do that harm to other people. But anyway, things started happening and started coming together, and I started remembering growing up and knowing that my life contained a lot of not terribly good things. And there were things when I was a little girl that I made a choice, literally made a choice, to not remember. There was a segment of my life where I chose, I don't have to remember that. I don't want to know what that was or how that worked and what it looked like and all that kind of stuff. So I put it away. And after a couple of years, I started thinking about it. There were some boxes that were there, way back in my background, boxes, just boxes. And it looked like maybe 5 or 6 boxes. I didn't think anything of it. If I thought about it, okay. I just put it away. I just put it away. But what happened was my inner little girl, my inner child that connects me to the universe and to everything, came to me and let me know that I needed to go back and look at those boxes. And then on YouTube, I was given a piece of information that when you go into denial, and that's what I did, I went into denial. I denied that those things happened and put them away in the boxes in my memory, in my library. I don't have a subconscious, I have a library inside here. And that was in my library. But it was in the dark corner. It wasn't out in the bright part of my library. So I'm going, so what I need to do that for, I don't need to open them up. But I was taught that those things are still fears inside of me. Those things that are in that box, and I didn't know exactly what, I still don't know exactly what's in all the boxes. I wasn't going to say anything about this tonight, but there was, I have opened one box, and in that box was hidden my memory and my voice. I still have trouble speaking truth, of my truth. I have not been able to vocalize my story until just the last few years. And in that box was also the little girl when I was tiny that experienced the things that were hidden in that box. The first thing I learned in my life was forget it. Don't remember it. Don't speak it. You're not allowed. You can't talk that way. You can't say those things. You can't share it. You can't ask for help. That was in that box. That was the first thing that we opened up and looked at it. And the boxes were just gray or brown cardboard. You know, they weren't decorated. They weren't beautiful. They were just shoebox size. And I opened that box and sat with my little girl, my inside, I call her Little Rose, and asked her, okay, so what do you want me to do? What do I do? She said, you just learn from this and know you can speak and you can remember. I call myself a professional forgetter. I can forget anything. And sometimes I can get it back, sometimes I can't. You know, I just have to work at it. And I know even if I can't recall it, it's still there. It's still there in my library. You don't forget anything and get rid of it. It's always there in your heart and your mind, in your memory, and it stays there. So I know in the right circumstances and with the right gifts, I can call it back. So with opening this box, the first box, and I had to decide first how many boxes were here and what am I going to do with them. If I'm going to open them up, what am I going to find? And then I realized I don't want to know what I'm going to find until I open it up and I'm ready and prepared to see what's in that box. Always walking in the fear of it. What's in there? What am I going to see? Am I going to be able to handle this? Am I going to be able to put it away in a good way in my remembering part of my library, not in the dark part of the library, or am I going to put it back in the dark part of my subconscious and put it away again? The fear of what it would do to me, and yet I realized by opening that box, it can't do anything to me that I don't allow it to do to me. So it didn't make me sad or scared. I did cry a bit because it's acknowledging that there's still parts of me missing that I have to go get and bring back to me, which I had to do that with everything. And the fear that's involved with it is not a great big fear like I had before. It's a little soft, calm, reassuring fear. And then when my little Rose came and took my hand and walked with me, and we opened the box together, and this dark stuff came out. But what it showed me was that my memory was shut down and taken away from me when I was a tiny little girl, and my voice was taken away. The power of my voice was taken away. Talking like this, I never did that, except in church. You know, in church I could preach, but not in a conversation and in front of people and that kind of stuff. I couldn't do that. So we sat with it for a time, and we cried together and looked at it and came to understand it. And I had to write something down, and I looked at it. You'll see I trimmer. I've had a trimmer off and on all my life. When I wrote this time, I wrote the beautiful writing I used to write as a young mother and a young woman. I looked at it and I went, how did I do that? How did I do it? For me, it connected all that I was feeling and remembering. It was connecting it all together. The tremors are part of that, part of my life. But fear to me is a warning, a guide, an emotion. Emotions are unconscious when they start, but feelings are conscious when they start. We see a feeling, we have a feeling, and then we see what it brings, what the feeling brings in when it becomes part of your awareness and part of your life. And for this is bringing me the freedom of knowing that I can access my memory now in a different way. I can speak in a different way. I can say my truth and my feelings. And what if people don't like it or don't understand it? That's their problem, not mine. I spoke my truth. I shared what I feel. And I know by doing that, we can help other people that need help. Not long ago, I had someone come to me and say, I knew she was terrified. She was absolutely terrified, and she had a situation that had come up in her family. And she said something and told me what was going on, and I looked at her and went, oh my. And then I asked Creator, a great mystery, to give me the words to talk with her, and I did. And I shared with her. She knew I had been through it before, and she was so scared, so terrified. But we talked and we hugged and we spent some time together, and she calmed down enough to know she's going to get through it. It's up to her how. And she can deal with the fear. She has all of us around her. She has our community in Winter Springs. She has family. She has other people that she can go to. She started a new job recently. So what she needs, what she has to walk through in the next, I don't know how long it'll last, she'll be able to do it. And she knows it's okay to be scared. It's okay to have fear. Fear is a guide. Fear is a help if you allow it to be. And if it's not a real conscious thing that really is real, you don't need to be afraid. You don't need to at all. There's some things I know won't happen in my life anymore, so I don't have to be afraid of them. I can put it away and say, oh, forget it. No, it's just part of my story. That's not going to happen. No more, no more, no more, no more. And beginning to be able to, maybe I can go on the internet now and talk a little bit and share with people, but it's like learning what fear is, like all the other emotions. They're to guide you in your life. They're a help. If you believe in Jesus, if you believe in God, if you believe in the great mystery like I do, which is everything, emotions are from whatever you think is the greatest being in the universe, telling you that this is leading you to something that you need to see, that you need to feel, you need to face. And if it's not, then put it aside. Let it go. Send it back out into the universe to heal and to get better. But for me, the choice to open the box and for it not to be something I'm terrified over, even worse than I was in the beginning, is a relief. Oh my gosh, what a relief to know I'm really, really, really going to release myself completely from the terror that I've lived in my life and from the fear that I've had. But I'm sure I'll still be scared again. I'll have fear again. We all will. And there isn't one person on this earth that hasn't been fearful at some time or the other. I'm feeling better because I'm looking into this thing that these things, I don't even know how much it is, that I put away earlier on, because I know when I finished doing it, the fear that was in those boxes, the fear that I put away because I was afraid of it, will be gone. And I won't have to have that fear in my life anymore. I was surprised when it was explained to me that this was what I needed to do. But there are all kinds of things that you can do to deal with fear. A lot of fear we have now is just lies. We've been led to be fearful about so many things that we don't need to be afraid of. And I quite frequently, my best example of being upset and fearful about something, I thought I had lost my keys and I didn't have the money to buy new keys to my house, and I was terrified. I have to find my keys, I have to find my keys, I have to find my keys. And I thought, you lose your keys all the time. You lose your keys all the time. You lose your keys all the time. I don't lose my keys all the time. Maybe 2 times in my life, and my life is long, I've had to buy new keys. Why am I saying that to myself? That's a lie. That's not true at all. Speak truth to yourself. And if you don't know if it's truth or not, then check it out. Test it out and see if it is true or not. And then replace it with another way of looking. I misplaced my keys. You're darn right. But I can find them again. And I have stories about that too, finding them in a crazy and funny way, and laugh over it. And remind myself, oh, you'll find them sooner or later. Just let Spirit show you. You'll find your keys. But I also know that we get through whatever it is we're walking through, even if we walk through it in fear and terror. We will complete that chapter, that time, that trip, that segment, whatever you want to call it. We will walk through it and go on from there. Fear is a good tool when you begin to use it that way. Uh-huh. Let me hold on to your chair.
Yeah,
for a
go
minute.
ahead. Yeah. Give it up for Grandmother Rose, everyone. So, yeah. That all really resonated very deeply. I've been learning about things being indicators and teachers and lessons. Fought it for a while. Yeah, it's stop fighting that shit. So the next person we are going to have go is another one of my Scorpio family. You are Scorpio, right? Yeah. All right. Just making sure. I was like, hold up, I ain't confusing stories, right? Tiny but mighty, spicy as fuck. Super love filled and gentle also. And she's like a box of chocolates. You never know what you're gonna get. Ashley, everybody.
Thank you, sir. Why is it so fucking bright up here? All right. So, as usual, per usual, I wrote a rap, y'all. I've had a lot of fear in my life. Shit, we've been well acquainted my entire life. My mother introduced me to her early. I've been scared of pretty much everything, and I just do it anyways. Because what the fuck else are you going to do? You got no choice. Either do it scared or you don't do it at all. And if you don't do it at all, you're not fucking living. But here's my rap. Okay. Oh, that's pressure. I got 2 jobs now. I did. That's fucking scary. I'm honored. I really fucking am. All right, thanks, guys. All right, so fear be talking slick when the room gets still. Saying play it safe, like that ever-built skill. It whispers calm, dressed up in logic, but that tone ain't truth. That tone's just toxic. It moves like smoke, slide through your doubt. Sets up camp where your dreams hang out. Got you building walls, calling it self-defense, but that's just fear paying the rent. Fear screaming, wait till you're steady. But Eminem told us years ago, never mind, shaky palms or mom's spaghetti. Knee's gonna be weak, but your soul better stay ready. It's dressed up nice, calls itself reason. That bitch switches outfits every damn season. One day she's humble, next day she's proud. Always shape-shifting, trying to blend in with the crowd. But I see it clear through the suit and the tie. Through the what if, dressed up as wise. That's not intuition, that's a lie. That's comfort selling us lullabies. I've been broke by comfort before. Wings folded tight and hanging by the door. Every scar I earned taught me this truth. Courage don't mean you ain't scared, it means you move through. Heart still pounding, like right in this fucking moment. But I stay right here. I don't pray to be fearless. Nah, that's cap. I pray for control when the fear talks back. Faith on trigger, truth on aim, and no weapon formed to ever learn my name. I'm shielded by something stronger than armor. Call it grace, call it power, call it truth in my posture. See, fear is going to whisper, but I don't sweat it. Pressure just proves I'm alive, don't you forget it. I keep the gun by my side, God, universe, and nature. That's law and order. Fear be talking, but I speak fluent war. And that's all I got.
You know, like, I'm just like imagining the proverbial mic drop. You know, I mean, look, look. Hey, we can figure anything out. Look, homie, we got you. We got it. We got, man. I got plenty of young dudes that make beats. Yeah, yeah. So, two of my favorite people walked in the room, and it's their turn now. They didn't know that until right now. Yeah, it is. Yeah, it's right before now. Yeah, I said I was going before. I I didn't do anything wrong, and I accept your apology. I love you, Chad. um, so these people are very near and dear to me over the last few years. They actually are the first weirdies of the spiritual community that I met when I was looking for a weirdy spiritual community. And they welcomed me into the Way Through workshop, which at the time I was looking to do shadow work. I was looking to do inner child work. I was looking to figure out how to not want to die when I thought about losing my leg, and all the myriad of other things that I carried along my journey that really were hard to stomach, that I really lived in for a very long time, until a recent shift, which I'll talk about later. But so they have the coolest dynamic because I watch them both shine the spotlight on the other and politely stand down while the other one stands up. And it's so funny because this morning I met a really nice couple that have a totally different power dynamic. And it's nice to see healthy communication and power dynamics of just sharing good with each other and allowing each other to be and grow and holding space. And, you guys have definitely taught us a lot of things just by communicating with us, at least on my end. So yeah, I'm trying to figure out which one is going first. Actually, no, I just want Kiki's husband to go first. Because this dude is such a fucking powerhouse, yet also so beautiful and soft and gentle that he will melt into, yes, I am Kiki's husband, and what, bitch? And it's really cool just to, man, you're another human that I've been really enjoying evolving with and watching you evolve and learning from you. So yeah, David Poyer. I always toy with first name, last name not, but their last name is fun.
Thanks, brother. See ya. Hey guys, nice looking crowd. I like it. Yeah, like Robbie said, my name's David. I'm a facilitator at the Way Through Experience. I also co-facilitate a men's group here in Brevard County. We got 40 men that are involved in that. Usually about 15 of us meet every couple weeks. And sort of my day job paying the bills, I run a software company that's older than I am. So I drop all that out there because I'm afraid to drop myself out there. So I'm just going to say this is who I am. This is what I do. My passion really is the men's work and, the workshop, the shadow work, getting people to, get in touch with what's inside and work through their shadows. So I fucking love that shit. I want to thank everybody that's done, come up here so far because you guys have powerful messages. Somebody's going to relate to you. And even the people, I see people also come up here, and just for them to be able to speak their truth and from their heart, they're getting medicine from that. So, I mean, this is awesome. It's like the human narrative's back. I feel like it's been forever since I've been here. So thanks, guys, for pushing through and making this happen. Yeah, absolutely. Thanks, man. So fear. I feel like there's a lot of different dynamics to fear. We've talked about the sort of elephant in the room, and with Chad and everything that you guys have went through recently. That whole hospital experience, man. I mean, that is some fear. I mean, it's debilitating for me almost. My dad, he was recently in the hospital, COPD, got pneumonia, oxygen, like the whole 9 yards. And I was afraid, big afraid. And I think what it was even worse for me is seeing him afraid. I sat there, with him for hours one night, just seeing him in fear-ridden anxiety. And all that they could do for him was say, well, if you don't calm down, we're going to have to put you on a ventilator. And he didn't want to do that, and that was the option. So, I comforted him for hours. The only thing that was making him stay slightly calm because of the heart medicine he was on and everything else was a cold washcloth on his forehead and on his arms. I sat there for hours with that man until he finally could calm down, just watching the fear in his eyes. And I share that because it was hard. It was hard to see him go through. That was one of the hardest things I've probably done, to watch him do that. I remember driving home the next morning when my brother showed up to relieve me, and just crying, and then getting home to Kiki, and she just held me in her arms, and I just cried, and I was so thankful for that, because that's what I needed in that moment. I was strong. I gave everything I had, and then I just needed to collapse. So thank you for being there for me, honey. I really appreciate that. So that's a big one, and that's one that what can you do? You just got to kind of be in it and feel it. Another dynamic to fear, though, is the one where it's fear of action. I kind of want everybody to think about a time where you were afraid to do something. Not like, afraid for somebody, someone's in the hospital or something, but afraid to, make that movie, afraid to start this human narrative thing, afraid to, whatever it is for you. And think about the other side of that fear, and think of something that you pushed through, right? So what happened on the other side of that fear after you got through it? One example for me, I went on a work trip to Colorado about a year ago, and there were some options for like excursions, like networking excursions you could do. And it's like, oh, you could go on a Jeep ride, or you could go on, a horseback riding or something like that. And then there was one that scared the shit out of me. It was zip lining, and I hate heights. I mean, that's a fear, top fear for me. And because of my mentor, Mr. Scott Donnett, and some encouragement from my wife, I went with that one, because my mentor says that if you're afraid of something, that must be what is next. If you're afraid of something, that must be next. Otherwise, we're allowing that fear to control us. So I signed up for the zip lining. I did the zip lining thing. I mean, it wasn't just one zip line. It was this side of the cannon to this side of the cannon to this side of the cannon to this, and then zipping down the whole thing way high up. But what I learned from that was that I'm not really afraid of heights, because the whole time I was zip lining, I could take my hands down. I loved it. I was afraid of the ledge, because the only time I was anxious when I got sweaty palms was on the edge, before it was my turn to strap in and jump. So it showed me something about myself. And I traced that back to a childhood memory where a dickhead held me over a ledge, and that's where it came from. So I love roller coasters. Going up's the worst part. Once you drop, I'm good. So it's the fear of the ledge. So I can work with that now because I understand it some more. One thing that I often try to articulate in these workshops that we do, because some of it can be scary, shadow work, looking at your demons, looking at your past traumas, that shit can be scary. So we have one particular exercise where, we kind of we look right at that. And what I try to convey to people is that let's practice being afraid and doing it anywhere here in this safe container, so that when we go back out to the world, back out to that shit, you know that it's possible. You know that it's possible to stand up against that fear and do it anyways and feel empowered about it. So yeah, that's a big dynamic to fear that I like to look at. What is the growth in it? What can come out on the other end if you just do it? Wow. Yeah, I mean, I feel like there's even more dynamics to fear. There's the whole protection aspect. I mean, I feel like that's kind of a given, if you feel like you're going to die. But is it realistic? Is it one of those that like you're actually going to die, or is it just you're afraid to do it? Unrealistic fear, if you will. I'm still afraid of heights, but I didn't let it control me. I still push up against it and that sort of thing. So I think that's all that's coming to me now. But, thanks again, guys, for listening and for putting this on. It was a long day, but I wanted to be here. So I'm glad that we left the other event we were at and got here to, listen to some of the talks in the car on the way and be present for this and have an opportunity to say a couple words. So thank you, guys.
Dude, I love the way you two always like really show up. Like, if you can't be here, you're always on the YouTube checking it out, and you're always, yeah, they want a car. They totally want a car. Man, don't worry, man. I'm figuring it out. All right, I'm manifesting that shit. So I'm just gonna go next on to the lovely, wonderful spouse of Mr. David, David's wife. Met Kiki at the tattoo shop. They had just done the workshop. She lost her voice. We talked a whole lot. We cried in our consultation. Found out I had a soul sister that I didn't know I had. And like I said, introduced me to this whole, spiritual community of people that are intentionally doing life and, working through things with healing and, building a community of just like-minded individuals to make the world a better place. So, yeah, you're always going to be the start of that for me and Brevard. So, Kiki, David's husband, David's wife.
So on the way here, I was like, I'm feeling like pretty confident. And then I got in here and I see all of you like giving whoever's up here your undivided attention. Now I'm scared. So a lot of fear for me is, I'm going to go in a different direction in a second, but being afraid and doing it anyways is bravery. That's what we teach our kids. That's what we do. When we're afraid, we just jump off the edge and do it anyways. Because we don't want fear to control us. So for me, fear is more of a thought than a feeling. The feeling to me is being afraid. I feel afraid, but the fear is causing the afraid. So I'm afraid of everything, let's be honest. I have crippling anxiety. I have trauma from my past. So I'm afraid of living. I'm afraid of dying. I'm afraid of being a mom. I'm afraid of being a wife. I'm afraid of meeting new people. I'm afraid of sitting up here. I'm afraid of everything. So, I've practiced getting my anxiety under control and processing the fears and trying to figure out what they're trying to say to me. So, I'm afraid of everything. So what helps me is I'm an audio processor. And, when I'm afraid to go to sleep at night because I'm afraid I won't wake up, and I talk that out with my husband, it helps me to calm down.
and it takes power away from the fear. So just talking about your fears, and that's why I'm so open with all of my stories and all of my shit is, hi, Megan, you, both of you. I can't see her though. Yeah. So, where was I? Talking about fear, audio processing. So when I talk about the fear and it kind of takes its power away and gets me to be in the present moment and realize that there's nothing actually to be afraid of in that moment most of the time, and that it's just thoughts that are going quicker than I can keep up with. So that's, what I would recommend is talk it out with somebody, a safe person, not just anybody. Find a safe person and talk out your fears and take their power away. That's my spiel.
Yeah, that is one open motherfucker. I always love how just super straightforward you've been about handling your healing shit. Man, the way you face stuff is strong and bold, and it gives people like that I'm not alone feeling, and the strength and inspiration to like face shit themselves. I am one of those people. So, you're an inspiration, my friend. Both of you guys are. So the next person is an inspiration as well. And we met at a car show and never knew we were going to fall in love as deeply as we did. Man, I remember like manifesting a dude like to make content with me, make my shit all look legit, make everything I deliver look like quality. And he ushered me into that world, but like what I didn't realize is like I was gonna like start to feel really seen in a way I didn't know how to accept, and I didn't expect. I thought I was just like making content for tats. And then, he always continues to show me that he loves me and he's just busy. He didn't leave me. And that's really hard when your friends get busy. This motherfucker gave up his whole life for like 6 months to a year, and he was at the tattoo shop every day for hours. And then like he disappeared. Yeah, life gets real, right? But yeah, man, you've made me feel seen, and I hope you feel as seen as I do. I love you, Mr. Zach Hendershot. Give it up for Zach Hendershot.
The best part about these are definitely the introductions Robbie gives, because then I never feel inclined to come up and introduce myself because I hate doing that, and he does it all for me, and it's great. I think they're perfect. Fear. Growing up, I had quite a few fears. Snakes, spiders, heights, public speaking, motherfucking slugs. I wouldn't say I'm so much as afraid of them anymore, but I do hate them tremendously. I don't understand them. I don't think they belong here. They're aliens, and they need to go back to their planet and get off Earth. So, yes. So a quick story. One time, before I moved to Florida, my garage was separate from our house, and my office was out there and my car was out there, so I spent a lot of late nights in the garage. And one night I walked out and I shut the door, and I just happened to turn around and lock it, and as I looked up, there was 2 slugs, but they weren't chilling, they were mating, and it was the most repulsive, disgusting thing I have ever seen in my life. And I thought I was scared of slugs before until I seen what they do when they mate. Anyway, that's all I gotta say about slugs. Gonna move on to the next segment of my speech that I did not plan because I wasn't expecting to speak tonight. Honestly, I thought I was gonna get out of it again. I used to be scared of a lot of things, and then my fear of all those things kind of disappeared when I became a dad. And another fear came and took over, and I'm not necessarily scared of being a dad or being a father, but scared of not being good enough in that role. And at first, when I met Meg, she already had 2 of her own, so there wasn't a whole lot of pressure there, feeling like stepping into those shoes. And the early days, it was pretty easy going until I got to grow and connect, and then we had a son of our own, and that changed everything. Not only him himself, but how I viewed my oldest 2 kids. And now it's just kind of like living in a constant fear of just never being good enough as a dad, as a father figure, and being who they need me to be on a daily basis. And I'm working on that now, and I kind of have a good idea of a path and the direction I need to follow, but there's still just that constant fear in my gut of what if I didn't do something right, in the last 8 years? What if I made a mistake along the way that's going to impact them for the rest of their lives? And what are they going to think of me when they grow up and they're old enough to look back and be like, yeah, my dad was cool, he was a dad, but he could have done better. And that's a fear I live with a lot. And especially as I start to get older, my daughter's 11 now. You wouldn't know it. She's 11 going on 16, and I hate it. But this is the age where they start to get a mind of their own, and they start telling you to fuck off a lot. And they start to talk about boys, wanting boyfriends. That's fucking scary. Like, I'm a guy. I didn't grow up a piece of shit guy, but I do know how guys work. I had a lot of friends that were shady. I know their dealings, and I don't want her to have to grow up and experience that, And like, it also sucks because I'm a grown man, and I can't just like go out here and beat down 11-year-old kids. It's illegal. It's immoral. It's wrong. Yeah. Exactly. Yeah. So I try to be intimidating, which is something I realized in the last couple months too. It's kind of hard to be intimidating if you're not completely fucking jacked. So I've been going back to the gym and doing jiu-jitsu, and I just want to make sure that no matter who she brings home, I'm always bigger than them. And I want that to be a constant reminder in the back of their head when it comes time and she's 16 or 17, she's going to prom, they're going to know, like, don't fuck up, Her dad's waiting at home. He's going to be waiting on me. Shit's not going to be good. So that's why I got to get rid of this, And I got to get those 22-inch pythons going. And then that way she'll never, she won't have to worry about nothing. But those boys will. But then I got my sons. And, in that department, you don't have to worry as much. They're always going to be stupid because they're men. They're boys, They're going to do dumb shit. They're probably going to break bones. They're going to do a lot of stuff that I did when I was younger that is not ideal. But I also worry about how I'm going to follow this path I need to show them what they need to do when the time becomes to be a man. And right now they're 9 and 5, so I got a little bit of time there, but this is the time where like I feel like I really need to buckle down and do what I need to do and be a good role model for them, and make sure they know what they need to do as they get older. But I'm also making sure that they pay attention to how I treat my future wife and I want them to grow up knowing how to treat a woman, how to love properly, you know. And not only that, but we're 11 days out from getting married, which I'm super excited about. But here comes another fear of mine, and that's still being good enough, but not being good enough as a father, but being good enough as a husband. And everyone always strives to be the best they can be, but we're humans. Sometimes we fall short, And I'm trying to find a way that I don't fall short anymore. Because at the end of the day, she deserves the best version of me 100% of the time, all the time. And that's what I need to do for her. So I'm going to try my best to do that. And I know I'm always going to have to live with that fear. And even when, way on down the road, I'm going to look back on these moments and just thinking, what if I did that instead? Or maybe I should have done that. And I just always going to have that fear of not being good enough. I could have done better. And it's weird, growing up, being scared of snakes and heights and fucking slugs. You never think you're going to get to the point where the physical stuff doesn't scare you so much anymore. Like yeah, I'm not going to be fucking cool with it, but you could put me in a room with slugs and I'm not going to be scared. I'm going to hate it. It's funny, I'm sitting here saying all this shit. I can see her wheels just fucking spinning in her head because this dude's up here talking about his fear of animals when he just screamed like a girl 2 weeks ago because a toad was coming at him like it was going to eat him. But the thing is, I wasn't scared of the toad. I just didn't want warts. It was a toad, and it was the size of my foot. It was big, and if it touched me, I was 100% going to get warts. And that's well, I'm not here to take chances, It was coming at me, though. It was those weren't hops, those were leaps. Yeah, it does, but you would expect it being that big, I can't move like that. But, anyway, enough about toads. I don't want to, But, however, I am thankful that I got to grow up with a dad that always did his best and show me the correct way to do things, even though times are different now, times are harder. Why I might not always have the financial freedom my father had to give me everything that I can't give my kids. Having 3 kids is a lot harder in 2025 than having one in the 90s. So it's a little different there, but at the end of the day, yeah, I'm scared of not being good enough, but I love my family, I love my kids, and I love my future wife, and I'm very excited for what the future holds. And if I have to live in fear of self-doubt and never being good enough, I will 100% take that every single day. And I think that's all I got to say.
One of the things I always enjoy highlighting for people when they say, am I going to be good enough at parenting or, being a spouse? It's the fact that you care so much about not being good enough means that you already are going to be good enough because you give a fuck. So, yeah, you give a fuck and you're good enough. I am the next speaker, and I have a very interesting new perspective on fear. And I say new because it feels like in the past few weeks something really changed. And it kind of all stems around fear. Fear has been this trigger that keeps coming up for me. but it kept coming up in the word scary, and synonymous with monster. And so, like, I just fucking totally didn't like being scared of people, and I didn't like when people were scared of me. And I lost my fucking mind one day. And that's when I realized, all right, this isn't working anymore. And so I've been doing a lot of specific work with my friend and healer Jerome. We're doing like a lot of fucking weird quantum healing shit. And you know, he keeps highlighting that I'm doing the work. I hurt myself physically, and I wasn't able to go and do some really awesome shadow work, men's work, on the staffing side with the New Warrior Training Adventure with David and a bunch of other dudes. Instead, I had the fear of what's going to happen to my knee, what's going to happen, what the fuck is going on with all of my health, should I even go? I worked through a lot of, can I not go and let these dudes down? Because, like, I fucking made commitments and shit, and, like, obligations come up, and, like, fear just loves showing up in all these different ways. And one of the best ways that I've ever combated it was with anger. And it's not really a good way at all. It actually sucked. But it was, like, the way that I did all the fucking time. And once I lost my fucking mind so hard that one day not long ago, it's like, fuck, man, that was all fear-based. And because Donna said I was scary, then I realized, holy fuck, there's this really deep fucking wound with feeling like, God, I can't have my partner be scared of me. And then, fuck you, I'll show you fucking scary. Who the fuck you think you are telling me I'm scary? I ain't fucking scary. Fuck you, I ain't scary. Like, all this crazy, you know, bullshit my brain does. And it's like I said, I circled back to that because really that was like this wacky catalyst for me. And that was like 3 weeks ago almost. And since then, I've found this other side of fear. Like, look, motherfucker, my brother has stage 4 breast cancer, and he now lives with us. And my biggest fear for the longest time was my brother will never like me or love me again. We were on fucking international television fighting together. That's how I got famous. I was so fucking afraid of losing my career because of TV, people hating me because of how deeply I hated my brother at the time. And now I get this dude back in my life, and the fear is that I'm gonna fucking lose him again. And it's like I'm faced with this fear all the time, and like there's so many mornings I'm just like, Wiener's having a bad morning, and I fucking have to cry about it because like I fucking feel his goddamn pain. And like the fear is so deep. Yeah, sorry for the clarification. Yeah, like everybody knows, like Wiener, yeah. But like I'm terrified of, you know, what could happen in a reality that I wish wouldn't happen that way. And I'm trying to do everything I can to make it not be that way. I fucking like, I like am constantly leaning into what my obligations are, because now, like with this fucking thing, I'm not really as able to be obligated. I have a minor ACL injury. Minor ACL injury. Minor ACL injury. Minor ACL injury. Please pull up the receipts. Pull up the receipts. You texted it to me yesterday. Minor ACL injury. You shut your fucking mouth. I'll give you a minor kiss. Yeah, exactly. Fucking win. This motherfucker ripped his leg off and fucking put it back together from the inside. So, you know, like I cut my calf off and put it back around. He just put his back on. Minor injury. Like running 3 weeks later. Like, Have you pulled up the receipts of minor injury? Yeah, exactly. Thank you. Minor ACL injury. Not equivalent to a minor stroke. Thank you very much. Yeah, exactly. Don't compare us, bro. I wasn't doing it. He did it. I wasn't doing it. Respect, dog. Respect. Like the theatrics in me want to like do a leg drop for your ass. Like respect. You know. But like, and that fear, right? The fear of dying, the fear of my brother dying, the fear of me losing him again, the fear of me not giving enough time to him while he's here. And that shit started to fuck me up, dude. Like the fear I wasn't gonna get the fucking house painted in time. I don't know in time for fucking who. But I was really stressed about getting this fucking house painted in time, man. And it's like I bought a house that's fucking twice the size of my old house, and I refused to paint my old house for whatever reason. I can't even remember now. Now I'm like, I'm gonna fucking paint this whole motherfucker, ceilings and all, bitch. And it's like, God, I hate the fact that I have to paint this whole house. And it's like, but like, and all these fears just like kept, every stupid thing that I was so stressed about, like kept manifesting, and I got really angry and really mean, and then I fucking lost my whole entire shit. And it's like, fuck you, fear, like, dog, like you're literally like a bitch. Like, thank you, you know, like you keep me safe when I need to, like a spidey sense. Spidey sense might be fear. I'm with that. I got some tingles. You know what I'm saying? I know when shit's about to kill me, I don't get killed. You know, I'm still here. I did good, not dying from things that could kill me. So like I have that fear. It keeps me alive. But like the fear that ran me for so long turned me into the monster I was afraid to be. And boy, what a rabbit hole that is to fucking go down for yourself. Fuck. It was like dark and scary and weird, and I'm still finding myself being like, motherfucker, I'm so sorry. Just figuring out how to fucking regulate my emotions here, you know, like and like it's just there's really nothing to be afraid of, is what I'm running into. And the things that I am afraid of is turning me into the monster I'm afraid of being. And, like, that sucks. That really sucked when my reality was I'm a fucking monster. And I recently realized I don't have to kill. That was fucking weird. Like, oh, wait. Like, my dad, you know, rest in peace, homie. We have the best relationship now that he's dead. We talk so much. He's so open and emotional and vulnerable. It's awesome. It's dope. Learning a lot about myself. Motherfucker shows up for me so much now in a way he couldn't because he was afraid when he was here. So, like, you know, like I've just been afraid of all this stuff. And, you know, I forgot where I was going with the dad stuff, but that'll come back around. But, you know, like, dead ass, like, I do a lot of dad stuff with Scott. A lot of my father work has been done in a Cracker Barrel. And it's, like, stuff that I do now where I talk to my dad, and, like, I don't have to be afraid anymore of the things he was afraid of. He's proud of me. He's always here. And he taught me that I had to kill. That's what I was coming to. He taught me that if something fucked with you, you just kill it. It's the easiest way to, like, stop being afraid, or, like, getting your power back, or, like, you know, whatever, man. Oh, cool. Something's fucking around. Let me just scare it so bad it wishes it was dead if I can't physically kill it. And then that just turned into, like, why do I live like this? Now I'm afraid to live like this. And I came to the way through 3 fucking plus years ago, because it was before Zen was even born. And I was like, I need to fix my anger too. And then I went to fucking New Warrior Training Adventure fucking earlier in the year. I need to fix my anger. Sitting on my fucking couch after losing my ever-loving fucking mind and just giving myself time and space to figure out what the fuck the pain was teaching me. Because fear's a teacher, so is pain, right? And it's like, oh man, there's really nothing to be afraid of, dog. Like, you just been in tears every day for the past week, fucking morning and night, because this shit hurts so bad. And then you're like, well, I need to go out into the woods because I need to heal my fucking shadow work. And then these dudes are counting on me. And are they going to think less of me if I don't fucking go? Because I don't want to fucking let them down the way I used to let my dad down. But that motherfucker's dead and I don't let him down no more. And we're like best buds now. And like, he talks to me all the time and shit. So like, man, I'm over here worried that this old paradigm of my dad not being proud of me, my friends not being proud of me, my brothers not being proud of me, I've been living in that fear for so long. I learned how to put that shit away by not killing, right? I fucking wanted to kill like my whole entire life. I go through this periodically. I just want to like run away from everything. And I'm like, fuck, this sucks. I hate this. And that, like, that day that I had the blow up was the day that I was supposed to start working with Jerome, to start working on fixing my gout. And then I start fucking working with a quantum healer to start fixing my gout. And then he starts tricking me into fucking facing all my emotions and shit that I didn't realize, like, I was afraid to run into and stuff. And like, then I'm like shaking and crying. I'm like, why the fuck am I so angry? This is I. You know, I punched a wall. Like, fucking like, and it's all this shit that when you fucking like talk about it, you realize, man, I've been afraid of this shit that's literally been running me. So I have this totally different relationship with fear now. And it's kind of like when you get punched and you like look at that motherfucker and say you hit like a bitch. That's kind of like what fear has like done, because like that motherfucker's tried to ruin me single-handedly. Like me scared is the worst version of me. I am terrifying. Fuck. And then when people tell me I'm scary, I'm like, fuck you, don't tell me I'm scary, I'll fucking kill you. And then I'm like, why are you so scared? Stupid bitch. You're such a scared fucking loser. Fucking get the fuck away from me. I told you I'd fucking kill you. I love you. Shit. I hate you. Get away from me. I'll kill you. I'm scared. I'm not scared. Don't you talk to me when I'm yelling at you. Shut up. I said, talk to me. Why aren't you talking? I told you to shut up. Like, I get really crazy weird. And like my fear is so dumb. And then like when I like replay it like that, I'm like, God, and it was like so much worse. You know, and it's like and it's like that's all my fears. And then this wonderful, beautiful, fucking amazing human being, like, you know, she's just like following my lead. She's like, you don't want me to come home? Fine, I won't. I'm sorry. And I'm like, don't you fucking be afraid of me. Come home. And they're like, I don't know if I want you home. I'm not ready to trust you again. Like, I do these weird things. I'm so sorry, dog. I love you. And like, she's such a fucking angel because she just sits there and just watches me flip out. And like, she says trigger words and I yell at her for the trigger words. And she's like, sorry for the trigger word. It's not a trigger word, bitch. You're so stupid. I'm sorry that I'm so stupid. Oh, now you're telling me I'm mean? I'm telling you you're stupid? Like, dude, it's like this endless rabbit hole of fucking self-doubt and weird shit that goes on. And then, like, you know, I realized that night when I let her come home, I'm so sorry. Like, dude, I didn't know what I was doing. I was like, I'm just gonna go get a hotel room because nothing should be around me. And like, I didn't know what to do. And then something came over me and I was like, oh, I should just fucking like stop doing this. Cause like by perpetuating this control cycle, that's one of the things I'm mad that bitch is doing to me, is controlling me. And now I'm trying to control you. And so I like letting go of like parts of that control cycle and then just saying, fuck, man, this chick really wants to just love me. That's wild. I can't believe that. Wow. I'm afraid of being left and I'm telling this bitch, leave me. This is stupid. You know, and it's like this whole, I'm not good enough for you. Leave me because I'm going to disappoint you. Because all I do is ever disappoint the people that are in my life. And they leave me and they hate me and it hurts. And I just want to hate you first. So that when you hate me back, it doesn't hurt as bad. It's such a weird thing I do. And I've learned these patterns, right? With her patience and with help and love and guidance from so many people. And then discovering that like I can heal myself and I have the power to get a hold of my shit, because I fucking hate not having a hold of my shit. Like, I'm real good at keeping my shit together, so I shouldn't be doing these things. And I'm allowed to be human, and that's cool. I'm allowed to have grace and compassion for myself for not being perfect, and that's fine. But, like, grow the fuck up and learn that your fear is killing you. And your fear is going to kill your relationships. And it's going to fucking make your children afraid of you. And it's going to make you so afraid of yourself that you just stop. And then you don't do anything cool in life anymore. So that's what fear likes to try and do for me. But the good thing is I'm a really stubborn son of a bitch. And I don't take no for an answer. When people tell me shit's impossible, I'm like, yeah, you're so cute. I don't even have time to berate you because you're just cute. Nothing's impossible, stupid. And like, you know, like one of my favorite things to do is cover any tattoo that can't be covered by anyone else, because like, oh, that can't be covered. Cool, I got you. I'll make that happen, and it's going to be slick. And it's going to be like undetectable. And I'm really good at that shit. So like, if I know that I'm like good at the impossible cover up, like, and that's a fun challenge for me. How many other things out there are like fun challenges for healers that are like, yeah, gout's easy, man. Don't worry about it. We're going to figure this out. And it's like unlocking all this stuff inside of me. And the thing is, when you, man, trailing and coming back around, but with these challenges, right? These challenges of like impossible. At one point in time, I thought my oldest son, it was going to be never possible for him to be my homie again because we had a rough patch. And that's not the case at all now. And it's really cool how you make it through these hard things. So the point I'm making is fear just does this thing where it tricks you into believing that the impossible is real when really there is nothing that's impossible. So with a lot of work, a lot of self-fucking reflection, and a lot of assistance and guidance from Donna helping me like uncover my anger stuff. And then a lot of that was supported in a lot of the work I've done with you, which is supported in a lot of the work I've done with y'all. And like a lot of this work I've done around fixing me really just had to do with me like loving me and accepting me and like appreciating who I am, and stop being so hard on myself, and stop fucking digging so deep into the fear of Donna fucking leaving me for whatever fucking reason, or my staff fucking leaving me for whatever reason, or my brother leaving me for whatever reason. So like, I'm just tired of fear at this point. And I'm really, really, really good at pain. Like, I can hurt in so many different ways. And just be like, don't worry, I deserve this. And I'm tired of that too. That's silly to me at this point. I know I'm good at that. And that's, look, man, I love getting punched in the face. It's dope. I love being strung up by hooks. I just did it a couple weeks ago. Like, I love things that fucking hurt and push me past limits. You know, without the knee thing, I love running. Not as extreme distances, but that intrigues me. You know, so like, but I now realize like that I don't have to kill things or myself because of fear or uncertainty. Uncertainty really fucks me up. I get frantic, I get weird, and then I like scared me gets scary. I know, dude, that just almost made me cry. I'm so sorry. Like, I like that. And like, thank you for loving me through all that, because I know it's probably really hard to be on the other side of that. My brother Michael is nowhere near as scary as me, and he terrifies me when he gets mad. I know. Like, I know my anger, and I know my fears, and I know my scariness. And that's why I hate that stuff. And so, you know, the scariness comes from being afraid. So, like, you know, like the little Robbie in there, like, he doesn't have to be afraid anymore. You know, I'm not a scared little fat kid anymore. Like, they're not going to pick on me anymore. The pretty girl loves me, and, like, loves me uncontrollably to, like, a point where I will send her away if I continue to say, you don't love me. Right? Like, that's the only thing that'll really send her away. And it probably won't. She's ridiculously hard-headed. And, you know, it's beautiful, and it's welcomed, and it's appreciated. And it's like, it's those things like when's gonna be my time? Well, that chick that slept on the fucking hospital floor and you were losing your leg, and you were screaming and yelling at her in all kinds of dope fits because they had you on all kinds of fun drugs, because you were rightfully losing your leg, and they kept saying stay in front of the pain. So I was like all loopy and just fucking like, I can't walk, you go walk, bitch, do something. And like every fucking negative iteration of me Donna has seen stuck around through and proved to me that I will not be abandoned by this one beautiful angel. And then on top of that, I just discovered that, oh, I don't have to be afraid of healing in front of her or with her. And I had this weird fear that she didn't want to do weird hippy dippy spiritual work with me. It's fucking whatever, dude. Like some things don't make sense. And our irrational fears typically don't make sense. And I've learned that there's nothing to be afraid of. I'm doing a great fucking job. And like, you know, it's funny because so when I met Jerome, it was at this convention, and I was trying to settle into like not tattooing at a convention. But then I was like, this weird little hut. This man wants to heal people. I need people to help me heal. And he said I was like kind of frantic when he met me then, and like I had his number since June, and I finally used it, and I was about to start working with him the day before that flip out, or the day of the flip out. And then I continued to work with him even after that, and like him and Donna have single-handedly like helped me fucking like turn into this next evolution of self. I don't know that I've ever as clearly felt an evolution of self as I have now, and I'm very proud of myself because I've been dying to figure out a way to make a relationship with anger that didn't kill people, because I ultimately was going to die from all the people that I killed karmically. And so now all these fears and like the anger that I've been working towards figuring out like stemmed from fear. Fuck, all right, cool. And it just takes one major misstep to figure out how to fucking readjust and get back on track. And if you have the right team around you, and if you have the right partners, and if you have the right relationships, and if you have the right support team, and if you have the right, you know, pastor, healer, whatever the fuck your medicine is, dog, if you have the right things and people around you and the right mindset, you will always be able to bounce back from whatever you're afraid of. And like that ledge, just jump, man. I do this shit that scares the fuck out of me. And like, then I'm like so alive because now I'm flying and shit, or I'm getting half my fucking face tattooed and nobody hates me. And now I just love me even more because I think it looks so cool, and I feel like a warrior, and I'm proud of myself for like acknowledging that I'm a warrior and not having guilt and shame. God, we worked on a lot of fucking guilt and shame. Fuck! Slugs. Guilt and shame. All right, dude? Fuck. Dude. And watching guilt and shame fuck is gross because it just manifests in ugly, gross porn that you didn't want to watch or be a part of, and now you feel icky and you want to die, but you can't. Guilt and shame. I've been facing a lot of that. So, you know, like the first time we did fear, I think was the first human narrative, right, Chad? Facing fear, right? So, and so that was like the topic. Fear was the topic. And I remember like being like, dude, like fear fucking runs my whole life. And that was like really where I was. And I was very frenzied. And now it's like, nah, dog, like me and fear, we've had some time. And it's kind of like, you know, like soccer hooligans when they get hammered and fuck each other up. And then like, it's all good and they're still homies afterward. But like dudes is missing teeth, broken ribs, fucking like homie's eyeball hanging out, and everybody's cool with it, right? Like that's like Fight Club, man. Like that's the way I look at fear now. Like, look, player, we are not gonna die until we kill each other. So can we just stop trying to kill each other? And that is very long iteration of the way I've found this relationship with fear. Very thankful. I was just telling Jerome in the car today, man, like gout's my fucking playboy. Like gout's fucking A1 since day one. It taught me how to not fucking drink alcohol to the point of physical pain and fucking emotional distress. I used to be a maniac idiot drunk. You never knew you were going to get, wow, was I a box of chocolates. Whoo. Ah. And like, you know, gout fucked with me. And it's like, oh, no, actually, this shit ain't gout. This is just a minor ACL injury. Receipts. Just saying my phone's over there, dog. Receipts. Yeah, you read the receipts. Minor ACL injury. Bro, and I'm finna call Dr. Long and be like, hey, Dr. Long, guess what? We made this better with quantum fucking healing and your support. And he's gonna be like, fuck yeah, doggy. When I told him I was fucking with a quantum healer, it was like, oh, hell yeah. Our doctor loves weird shit, and he knows I can heal myself. I'm powerful. I'm powerful. I love you, Donna. I'm powerful. I love you, Donna. Fucking powerful. When you say that stupid shit, I say I push it away. I don't gotta degrade you. I just push it away. Just push it away. So anytime like fear comes in, that's what you do, you know? Like just make a little song about it. Or a song about it. Well, here go. You know, like but yes. So fear is this wonderfully so I brought up the whole gout showing me how to not drink like a fucking moron thing. It taught me how to drink a gallon of water. It is definitely always one of the biggest concerns of why I like to stay eating as nutritious as possible, even though I'm not the best at that all the time. I find my way back around to it to ease my gout, right? So gout's like this dark passenger, but I don't kill people like Dexter. But I used to emotionally. So I realized that like things like this, they kept me figuring things out. And so the fear, like the soccer hooligans, man, we're going to fight and we're going to fuck each other up. But we have respect and we have love and we know that there's a place for each other in this world we're at. So when fucking me and fear decide to get boozed up and fucking fight, it's not like, oh my God, I can't fight you anymore. Oh, I'm afraid of getting punched. Or, oh, what's going to happen afterward? Or, oh, are you going to beat me? Or am I not good enough? Take care, love. You know, like what the fuck is this? Oh, it's just fear coming up again, showing me something. Oh, you fucker, you rattled me real good now. Huh? You know, like instead of just like being like, man, I need wine. Let me smoke a whole lot more pot. Man, I bet a Percocet would be nice right now. You know, and like you just find yourself like, how do I get out of this fear? How do I get out of this pain? You face it. You say thanks. Maybe you hit like a bitch. Maybe you dislocated my jaw. But either way, it was a fight. You're a warrior, right? Like that's what it is. Everybody's fighting their own wars. So you're a fucking warrior. So allow the fact that you're a warrior to know that fear is such a formidable opponent and you're even more of a formidable opponent, that fear has to fucking scare you in such irrational ways just to try and win. So like that's kind of where I'm at now. I hope I get to stay here for a while. And I really hope this is a permanent shift for me to learn how to look at these things less as a punishment and more as just like oh, that's the agenda. Maybe we need to shift here. Maybe we need to refocus here. Minor or partial? Partial. Partial ACL injury. Look, because tear means, oh my God, I tore something and I can tear it more. But injury is just like, oops. I booped it with a bruise. And then we just go, we know we love the bruise in the wheelchair. And we baby the knee. And look at me. I'm going to run November 30th. No, I'm not. Fuck you. He's like trying to do it with his eyes, like, yeah, you are. Yeah, you are. Oh, yeah, I know. I spoke about him when he walked in. Yeah, and then I also, I heard you guys like trying to cut up back there, making gigglies back and forth, making gigglies from the back of the class, being giggly fuckers. Anyway, man, I love you, Donna. You have fucking side quested the shit out of me. I love you. They're necessary. They're natural. They're a recharge. They're a refresh, palate cleanser. Yeah, yeah. Yes, I know. And you are every quest of mine, Donna. Every quest of mine. I need you, Donna. I love you. But yeah, fear of losing that one. Fear of losing that one. You know, trying not to develop fears of losing that one now, because like, you know, my boy, he takes after dad when it comes to like, not making the smartest choices when it comes to love things. So, you know, he's made a smart choice now, and I'm like, is this real? Is this going to get taken away from me? Can we have a wonderful, sweet time? So, like, all these things I worry about so much, and, like, at this point, like, all the worries that we've made it through, and he taught me a lot through our hardest times. He was like, Dad, I never thought I was going to lose you. I just knew that we weren't fucking cool for a minute, and we had to figure it out. And I'm like, well, I'm glad you were there, because I was full panic mode, dog. Full abandonment issues, fucking, like, all the fucking bells and whistles were going nuts. You know, I would rather die than fucking feel that way, was how I felt some mornings. And it was scary as shit. And, you know, obviously it was like all this fucking men's work that I needed to do around my brothers and my dad and, you know, friends of mine. And, you know, it took me on this whole journey of doing this work and then fucking having you back in my life. Wow, that's beautiful, right? So, like, a lot of these fears that happen, they don't turn out the way I think they're going to at the worst of it. We went on a fucking cruise to tattoo. I thought we were going to make zero money. And on top of that, I was probably going to have to spend $30,000 on a helicopter ride because I was going to get fucking seasick. And they were going to have to fucking helicopter me out of there. And they were going to be like, fuck you, buy a helicopter ride out of here. And I'll be like, fine, I'll figure out a way to buy a helicopter ride out of here. Instead, I made the equivalent of that money in tattooing. And had a great fucking time and did not get seasick once. But like fought and kicked and screamed and had so much fear, anger, fuck, anger, dog, slugs. Like, fuck. Like, anger is so fucking, ugh. And it just loves to come out and show itself as like this big tough guy that'll beat your ass. And I'm like, yeah, it's like, you're wearing a dress, dude. Shut up. Like, yeah, so it's not as tough as it comes out as. So, yeah, fear. I'm proud and happy and, like, super excited to say that I can fully sit here, transparent and honest, and say, like, I fully have a totally different relationship with fear than I used to. And thanks, fear. You're cool. Let's get drunk and fight sometimes, but, like, let's try not to, like, do permanent damage. You know? So when fear comes back around, I know it's just going to be all right. We've been through these things before. This is hard. This sucks. I'm not afraid to cry. I'm not afraid to feel. I'm not afraid to do anything except for yell and hurt people. So just try not to yell and hurt people and then just cry and feel. And, yeah, then fear really can't beat me, I feel like. So, yeah, holler. And, are you going? Yeah, I do. You sure? I think we all do. Yeah. No, but I do want you up here. Yeah. Yes, yeah. I want you up here. So I want you up here, partially because I feel like you're a regular speaker, partially because, majorly because you drop fucking gems. You do. Yeah. Oh, that's so dope. You know what I fucking love? Fucking sitting alone in my darkness and hating myself so much that I want to die. Oh, I want to live there all the time because I get to be the victim there. And it's so fucking fun. And if I just got to fucking die, then they would fucking feel half of what I feel because I hate life. No, this is how I feel. This is how I feel some days, and that sucks. And like, but like, man, that dark stuff brings some light stuff too. So I'm just sharing some of my scary dark that I don't like sharing because I'm scared of it. Proving that you're not the only one with scary dark, and it's probably not as scary when you say it out loud. But anyway, it's up to me. Then you go. It's up to me. Oh, if it's up to me, fuck you, Meg. Get up here and talk. If it's up to me. I'm stepping into my righteous bully era. And if you do, you can get hugs and love, and you can kick me. I don't know if it'll help. I love you. Love you so much. I'm proud of you.
Oh my God.
I mean, it's only a half marathon. It's not an ultra marathon. It's a minor marathon. Yeah. Minor marathon. It's a minor ACL injury. Yeah, minor ACL injury. I love you. It's just a minor emotional injury. You'll be fine. You never said how long you had to be up there. Yeah.
That's true. Well, I'm just going to preface this by saying this is probably not going to be positive and it's not going to be impactful because it has been very dark for me. So dark, I probably haven't been to a human narrative in like, when was that? Like 4 or 5 months ago, maybe? I wasn't even at that one, so longer than that. But I haven't seen you and Donna since November of last year.
Shut the fuck up.
Universal that night that we all went, that's the last time I saw you guys.
That's why I've been so sad about you.
Yeah, I went in my house and I did not come the fuck back out. Like, it has been dark. And I thought I was doing really good because at first I was like a year ago, we moved here almost 3 years ago. And we came here with nobody. We didn't know anybody. I had no support here. And so it was lonely, and it was like trying to figure that out. And then I was like, okay, well, I'll be positive about it, and I'll just make the best of it, and like I'll self-reflect and take this time to like learn about myself and all that. And I was doing really good. And then I got to the point where my mental health wasn't even like, I was like, holy shit, kind of like mind over matter thing. Like I really just did that damn thing. Like no medicine, no therapy, none of the other stuff like everyone's told me my whole life I had to have to get through it. Like I just did it. And then I don't know what the fuck happened. Like a year ago, like since then, like I just started to spiral, but the past couple months have been terrible. Like I cry every day, all day. I'm angry, like the snapping, the irrational, like he watches me just freak out all the time and just stands there and just, it's okay, and it's thank God because I'm psycho most days. But but I honest to God, I was just telling him earlier, it sucks because I've been defeated, I've been low, I've had so much trauma thrown at me since I was a kid, and I can handle all of that, but this is probably the lowest and like the most defeated I've ever felt in my life, and I'm just tired, and like, I don't want to do this anymore. I told him, fuck, Robbie, I told him that on the way over here that if it was not for him and the kids, I would not be here right now. I would have already peaced out because I'm done. I have, I know that I isolate myself and I like don't nurture a lot of the relationships I could have, friendships, whatever. But also that's part of my personality. When it's dark, I don't want to put it on anyone else. And so like, yeah, I pulled back from you guys, but like other than that, I don't have anybody. I have no friends. I have no village. No one checks on me. I could be like, if it wasn't for him and the kids, like I could be dead in my house for fucking days and no one would know. and like I don't know, it's just low, it's dark, and that's why I didn't want to like this is vulnerable. And then I think part of it, I unpacked a little bit of like trauma the other day. Like you said, you sat with your little you and you went. That's me. So much of my childhood I don't even know. And I unpacked a piece of it the other night in bed. It just came out, and I started thinking because there was this trend on TikTok I saw that people were sharing, and it was like you walk into a haunted house, and instead of seeing like clowns and chainsaws, you see some kind of traumatic thing. And the very first thing that came to my head, it was so fucking random because I've had so much trauma and so much shit happen. But the first thing that came to my head was I made a TikTok and I shared it, and then I actually deleted it the next day because I was like, oh, too vulnerable, oh, scary, you know what I mean? Like people will know you. But it was instead of, you know, when you walk into a haunted house and instead of seeing chainsaws and clowns, I saw little me telling my mom I lied about what her boyfriend did so she would love me again. And that I saw me standing there, you know, on the phone with my mom telling her what her boyfriend did, and then her getting irrationally angry and being like, no, that's a lie. Why would you say that? You know, like that's not right. And then I'm thinking as a little girl, you know, you're going to lose your mom. And I was like, you're right. I lied. All right. I lied. It's fine. And she died thinking, I know there's been so much more. There's so much more that's come out she knew what happened pretty much. She ended up setting it up. My brother got drunk one night and mouth vomited and told me that she was there that night, and he came home and she knew that she was outside the door pretty much. So she pretty much like set me up. So then I've had this whole illusion shattered my whole life. I mean, I have my mom's handwriting, I love you forever always, tattooed down my arm. And it's like, but you literally like had me molested. And now she's dead, and I haven't, like there's no one I can talk to about that. You know what I mean? Like she's not here. So I unpacked that the other night. And then amidst of all this, and it's just like, I really do not want to do this anymore. And I didn't expect it to make it to this age, and like now I'm just lost. And I have nothing. Like, I feel like I'm failing my kids. I know I'm not, but I feel like I am because they're not getting the best version of me, and it just sucks. And it's been dark and hard, and that's pretty much it. Like I don't want to be here. But I love you guys. That is it. That's my spiel. Oh God. Oh God. This isn't good for me.
Huge part of my life saying I don't want to be here. It's been hours and hours and hours saying I don't want to be here. And then somebody said to me, aren't you tired of doing that? You need to start asking questions about how to like it here. So that's something different you can do. You can do that even when you're really, really tired. If you want to. It's your choice. But it's another choice I'm trying to give you. It might be helpful.
Appreciate you guys. Tried not to.
Yeah.
One good thing though, I didn't self-harm when I wanted to. Good. I called Zach instead of cutting, so.
That was my win this week too.
Sorry for the depressy, everybody.
I love you.
I feel like it's a shit.
I love you so much, dude. I'm so proud of you. That wasn't easy to share, and I know you feel hurt right now about sharing it. It's okay. Letting it go helps you fucking find your way back. I know. I've been there. I've been there this year. You can find your way back to you. It's hard and it's scary, but you can do it. And you have ability. That was exactly the opposite of what I feel like you thought it was going to be. I feel like, no, that was amazingly impactful. Don't apologize. I applaud you for your honesty. That shit's hard to do. And I know it's not easy. Yeah. I've been there. I was really ashamed of myself for being there. You get to let it go. It gets better. I know. I know. Yeah, just keep trying. I know that one. I know that one a lot. And up until a couple days, I really thought I was unfixable. I'm 44, homie. A couple days ago, I thought I was completely unfixable. It just takes time and effort, and you're putting in the effort and the time. Progress doesn't look like progress until you look at the time that's gone by, and then you can see the progress. And a giant looks in the mirror and sees a person, not a giant. You're one of the most fucking awesome people that I've had that just random happening to meet. So don't forget that you bring value to every relationship that you are a part of in this life. But it's true. That's why I've specifically only joke with you mean like every so often. But like you really are awesome, dude, and you need to fucking know that. And you bring a lot of value to the kids' lives, to Zach's life, even when you're at your lowest. So if you bring this much at your lowest, all you have to do is make a couple tweaks and find how to get a little higher. It comes in waves, man. It comes in waves. Life is fucking weird. I'd say so. But what about the time when you discovered that Donna was your purple? Did you forget that? Did you forget that? So I'm just saying. Did you forget? Wow. I've been noticing that I've been noticing amongst a lot of people, like, we're all, like, really afraid of being in trouble all the time or being disliked all the time. It's a very common pattern with a lot of us. So, me and Zach, and the kids will do whatever we have to do, you know, like. Anybody could get this love. You are responsive to the nudges. No. Mm-hmm. You're also worthy of love. Is there one person that doesn't have love for her right now after sharing her story? We love you, Meg. You are loved. You are loved, dude. I'm really proud of you. That was brave as fuck. I know it was. You're still raw. You're like, oh my God, I can't believe I just fucking did that. Yeah, serious. Yep. So Donna did this. Donna did this thing when Ink Mag made this video about me after I lost my leg. They released the video. I've only watched it 3 times. Once when I needed to watch it. Once during a podcast that I didn't realize was going to happen. And then once when I spoke to a class. And I bawled my face off every single time. But after the first time I watched it, Donna read me every single positive comment. And this was Ink Mag, like the largest tattoo publication out there. So like the audience was huge. And she read me every single like positive comment. And it hurt. Like I physically felt pain. Like, dude, it took like a fucking hour to read all these bitches. So there's a fucking hour's worth of comments on this video the first day it was released. Like, this is how many people were fucking writing for me. And like, she just kept telling me all these nice things. You know, oh, I love this guy. And I'm like, oh God, you know, like, and like, so when you said like being in the shower crying, saying, oh my God, they love me. Like I went through that. And like, I literally, it was physically painful. Yeah, she will. Yeah. And I mean, if that's what it is, it's what it is. Homie's a fucking healer. She's a really powerful healer. And I think she's begging you to let her help you heal. Yeah. Yeah, exactly. She wants to turn this haunted hoe into a housewife. Which one? Oh, I mean, I was just bouncing off of hers. So Donna has this obsession with anything I do that, like, if I do fucking, she loves when I freestyle rap. She has an obsession with it. And anything that resembles that, if it's, ooh, that's a clever rhyme, and like, she always gets this weird look on her face about it. Anyway, so, I love you. We love you. That's fine. Do you need a fan? I have a fan in my room. I'm your fan. I am a fan of yours, so I'm your fan. Zach is your biggest fan. There you go. So for anyone that was thinking about speaking, that happens sometimes when you go up and speak. Who's next? Yeah. All right, Chris? All right, so Donna told me about Chris, and she was like, yo, I met this dude, and he's fucking dope. And we talked a lot, and like me and his chick talked a lot, and we're all real cool, and you guys are gonna bromance, and he runs super mega marathons. I'm like, you mean ultra marathons? Yeah, he's gonna be cool. Yeah, he's pretty cool. So we just met tonight, and I'm glad that you're using your ultra marathon strength to speak tonight. Chris, everyone.
Oh, man. Oh, wow, yeah.
Changes things.
Yeah, this is going to fucking suck.
I love you, Donna.
Ooh. This isn't easy. It's so easy watching everybody go up like, oh, yeah, it looks easy. You get up here, it's not easy. Not even remotely. Yep.
It was like Ink Master. I was watching it from home. Like, I could do Ink Master, and I get there.
Ooh, so yeah, fear. Like he was saying earlier, David, right? Yeah. There's a lot of different dynamics, especially in my life. Went through a lot as a kid. I mean, I couldn't control my, hyperactivity, so I was put on ADHD meds, which I feel like back then they were passed out as candy. I say back then, I'm 25. I always felt like I wasn't going to be enough. I wasn't ever going to fit in with the regular kids who can learn at a regular class. I was put into special ed, not with, all the helmet wearers and window lickers or anything like that, but more so of the fact that I had to be with other kids who were kind of the same, and I'm like, I'm not normal. I had special treatment. I felt like I couldn't fit in. I was, 4 foot or 5 foot all the way through my junior year, and I didn't grow. I didn't gain any weight. I thought I couldn't be a normal human being. I felt like I always had to be medicated. In conjunction with that, my biological father was extremely abusive. It obviously didn't help things. I didn't know how to deal with things because my dad was just a piece of shit. And he did a lot, and I kept seeking validation from one individual who just I knew didn't care about me, but I kept hurting myself in the process of going back and running back, saying, hey, love me, and nothing ever changed. Once I got older, I was about 13, 14, and I finally got off the meds. I still didn't know how to control my hyperactivity. I didn't know how to really cope with anything. And then once I got older, I started doing MMA, started fighting, got a TBI from fighting, and I couldn't fight anymore. And said, shit, what am I going to do with myself now? Because if I keep fighting, I'm going to, start having, seizures. I can, become paralyzed from the waist down, and it just wasn't feasible for me. So I started running, and then running turned into marathons. And then I had one ultra marathon. And one of the fears was, am I going to be able to finish this? This is kind of tough. And a lot of the, races that I've done, it's come down to perseverance and a lot of stubbornness and telling myself, why am I here? I'm here for one reason and one reason only. And yeah, sure, it's to prove to myself that I can do it, but maybe to others too, that I can, that I'm made of something, that I'm not just a complete fucking failure. In conjunction with my entire life, I needed a dad, and I didn't have one until I was 11 years old when my parents got divorced. And another fear of mine was when I met my stepdad, Fernando, he completely flipped my life upside down and for the better. He was the step up to, the dad who stepped down, and he's everything I needed. And without him, I'd probably be fucking lost, to be honest, or God knows where. But you know, when I met him, you know, my mom took me to Disney on Ice. I was 11 years old, and we had a great time that day. And I went over to the house, and I still remember it. And my memory is a gift, but also a fucking curse at the same time. And I met him, and I saw this huge dude towering over the fence, and I said, "Holy shit, who's this guy?" You know, and we just got along really well right away. My little brother was, I think he was like 1 or 2 at the time, and we got along from the get. And he, you know, he held me accountable when he needed to, and he was a dad when mine wasn't. You know, my dad actually told him one time, if he's disrespectful, I give you full authority to beat the shit out of him with a baseball bat or whatever it is you need to do. He was never that kind of guy. He yelled at me a few times when I needed it, but he never put his hands on me. My mom has also done a really good job at raising me. Her and I butt heads like fucking crazy, but I think that's what shows that we're more alike than most people are to their parents. You know, my stepdad is an individual who never forced me to do anything, but always, you know, was there if I wanted to learn something. I used to play video games as any other normal human being, little kid, and one day asked me, he says, "Hey, do you want to work on the Mustang outside?" I said, I'm not really into that kind of stuff. No thanks. And he's like, "All right, thanks for asking, buddy." Never forced me. But I felt bad saying no, and I went outside and I worked on the Mustang with him, changing spark plugs and coils. And I said, "Hey, this isn't for me, dude. Sorry." And he's like, "Thank you for coming out and trying, buddy." And till this day, I still ask myself, what is it that, you know, clicked in my head overnight? Because I went to bed that night with the same feeling. Hey, I didn't like that. Fuck that, dude. Woke up and I was just mesmerized. I was in love with it. And I said, "Hey, what are we doing on the Mustang today?" And he's sitting there like, "I thought you didn't like it." I was like, "I don't know. I think I like it." So we just started buying older Mustangs, you know, ranging from years of 99 through 04, which are like the new edge body style, and started working on them. And, you know, it was our thing. It was our thing, so much to the point where if anybody else was helping, I might actually get jealous. And I was like, that's the way that we bonded. He showed me how to be a man. I mean, he showed me how to shave. He showed me how to defend myself. He showed me how to just be a human being. He was the dad that I needed. And in 2017, you know, I was in high school. It was my senior year. He was starting to have some chest pains. His left arm would start going numb. And, you know, they went to the doctor and said, "Hey, yeah, he needs a double bypass." He was scared shitless because he had never done any kind of serious surgery, and the risk of him dying or not even making it through was significant. I mean, I don't really know the whole numbers or the percentage behind it, but at the end of the day, I knew he was scared. I was scared. And the day of his surgery, I was upstairs with my best friend Brandon in school, and I remember my mom sending me a picture of her kissing him on his forehead as he's in these like scrubs or whatever the hell you call it, with like this little hairnet cap, and he's all in blue, and you can literally see the fear in his eyes. And that's where fear really resonates with me the most. Not so much about, am I ever going to become anything? That is what still sits in my head every day was, am I going to lose the man that taught me everything? Am I going to lose the one dad that I really had? And it scared the shit out of me, man. So much so to the point where I just bawled immediately. I saw, you know, the picture one time and I started crying. And I said, shit, am I going to lose this guy? I got in trouble a lot for skipping class after that because I skipped class the entire day and I hid in the culinary class. I waited and waited and waited and kept checking in and checking in and checking in, thinking, dude, am I going to lose my dad? You know what I mean? So, you know, we get the word, hey, he pulled through, and I just felt like this fucking semi-truck that's been sitting on my shoulders, you know, just finally fell off. Because I wouldn't know what to do without the person who taught me everything, the person who made me who I am today. And I'm always trying to find ways to make him proud, thinking about, you know, if I do this way, would he be proud? Is this the way that he would want it done? And sometimes, you know, I can hear his voice in my head when I'm doing something stupid, and I'm like, this fucking guy's probably yelling at me right now from across town. And, you know, I hear his voice in my head so many times, and I'm like, you know what? he'd probably yell at my stupid ass if I did something dumb like this. Let me just stop and let me talk to him. And I'm always trying to get better every day with whatever I'm doing in my life. Whether it's the running, whether it's whatever the case is for me. I'm always trying to figure out, is my dad proud of me? I cut my biological dad out of my life 6-7 months ago, and I plan to keep it that way for the rest of my life. The one thing that scares me the absolute most, other than him passing away or anybody in my family passing away for that matter, is he's a little bit older now. He's 61, 62. It sucks watching the man who taught you everything when he was much younger start to slow down. And not in the sense of like him, being on a cane or a walker or anything like that. It's just he can do something today and say, I'm going to fucking feel this tomorrow, dude. I'm going to be in so much pain. And I know time is going to take its toll, like, on everybody. It took its toll on my grandmother with Alzheimer's when she passed, and it sucks seeing that, and I hate death, and I hate everything that has to do with that, and I know people have to go, but I know at the end of the day, for me, I have to remind myself that I'm here today. I got to make the most of it while I can. I got to call my dad while I can. I'm actually in the process of changing my last name. It's been a pain in the ass process, but we're getting there. And I don't know. I try to goof around as much as I possibly can. I try to hide a lot of my pain. I have thought about ending my life many, many times. I've thought about what my life would be like if I wasn't here. I have one true friend, and it's my best friend since I've had in high school, and he's got a family now. And we don't talk all that often because life is life, but if there's anybody in this room that can understand where you're coming from, it'll be me. For years, I doubted that anybody really gave a shit about me. For years, I have wanted to not be here because if I'm gone, it makes the pain go away. But what does that do for everyone else? In a way, I've always told myself it's selfish to the people that care about me. I mean, my fiance and I, we split up in March, April timeframe because of what I was going through. And it was constant screaming in my head of nobody but myself, past traumatic events, things that I could not get over. And I said, Jesus Christ, what the fuck am I going to do? And I believe in God, and I know not everybody does, and I'm not here to shove anything down anyone's throat, but I've prayed so many times, why have you allowed this to keep happening to me? And I'm sure, like me, you have told yourself, will anything ever make this go away? The answer is no. It's always going to be there, and that's what sucks about it. It's there with me every day. I sought out therapy because she was very adamant about it. I mean, she's a therapist. It's what she does. And I was able to find I was able to find a therapist that works well with me. I was able to just kind of spill out how I was feeling because I've always told myself, hey, I'm going to talk to somebody that I don't know and I'm paying you out of my pocket for you to help me. Like, I had one that I went to that she was making googly eye faces at me, and I'm like, I'm not a fucking 3-year-old, dude, So I want you to know that it's not going to go away overnight, but it does get better. Practice doesn't make perfect. Practice makes improvement. And with improvement, the minute you step back 1 foot off the ledge and you clear one thing out, you'll eventually be able to take 2, 3 more, and you'll get further away. It just takes time.
It's never going to go away.
Never. And find, right. Right, and and for me, I've had to find different outlets, which is ultramarathon running. It's a really stupid outlet to some people that don't understand it. I've had races where I've just destroyed my body completely. I mean, it took me 30 minutes to get up a flight of stairs because I couldn't walk. And she documents everything because I love watching myself suffer, and it feels good to me because I'm not hurting myself intentionally, but I'm trying to see what my body's made out of. I've had races where I've pissed blood out. It's not smart. It's not healthy. Sure. I mean, he's got an injury. I've torn my calf 2-3 times. The doctor said, hey, you've got a race in 2-3 weeks. I don't recommend that you run. I said, well, I don't do well on recommendations, buddy. I don't work with that. Recommendations aren't a part of my vocabulary. Donna, stop looking at me like that. That's what I said. And then I did one. So for me, when I run, everything kind of blacks out. It was the same thing with fighting because you're trying not to get hit in the face. You're trying to focus on what you're not trying to get done to your face or trying to get choked out or whatever. For me, it's running. I'm trying not to pull my calf again, which I'm sure will happen in the future. Minor tear. And when you're running like that and you're doing all these things, you're trying to escape. I know not everybody loves running. I know it's not for everyone, but it is the one thing that is scientifically proven to help mental health. It is the one thing, and it's helped me dramatically. Like anytime I go running, because I tell her I'm like I need to go for a run. I'm not doing good today. She's like, go. She doesn't ask questions. It can be 1 a.m, midnight. She seen me leave midnight, 1 a.m. She's like, you're gonna go running now. I'm like, I need to run. She goes, go ahead. And that helps me. Whatever. But find something. Try everything. And you haven't tried. Have you tried running? Oh, Jesus. Another thing that can. So another thing that can. So here's the thing. Another thing that can be your outlet is maybe sharing your story with people that can benefit from it. If you someday learn how to cope with it and manage it and say, hey, maybe I'm here for a reason and maybe my purpose is to share my story, you may be able to help other people. And that's the road that I'm on because my full-on dream is to become some kind of professional ultramarathon runner. And whether it's to destroy my body or not, I want to be able to show people that, hey, you're not the only one going through things. And I felt that way for a long time. Like, there's nobody going through what I'm going through. I'm like in this rut that I cannot get out of. I was just full of shit for the longest time because there's people that are probably going through worse things than I'm going through, and I'm over here playing the pity card. So instead of how can I make people feel bad for me, how can I help people? How can I assist someone through their journey? I've always tell people I'd rather sit for hours and listen to your story than attend your funeral, because I've attended friends' funerals, and it is not a fucking fun thing to do at all. It is the worst thing in the world. And I'd never had a friend pass away, but I've heard parents of mine, talk about it like, hey, I had a friend pass away. I'm like, oh shit, I'm sorry, that sucks. I never experienced it, and when I did, I was like, dude, this shit sucks. Like, it hurts so bad to the point where I think about them all the time. And I think about, when's my time? Sometimes I fear death. I really do. I'm scared to die. But my thing is, we have no control over it. Absolutely. But what we do have control over is the decisions we get to make while we're here. And whatever footprint you leave, that's what matters the most. Not when you were born, not when you pass away. It's whatever that little line in between that says through whatever year, that's what matters. Because it's what you did while you were here. And I'm sure if that man wants to marry you, it's for a reason. It's just a piece of paper, right? Exactly. So don't feel like you're alone. I know we don't know each other, but this is what's great about you coming up here is that now that I know, you probably would have never guessed that the dude that loves to run for fun was going through something similar. You never know. You never know what someone's going through. That's why you have to show them as much grace as you possibly can. And sometimes the anger does get a hold of me. Sometimes my past does get a hold of me. And, like earlier today, I was kind of sassy, or was either today or yesterday, one or the other. And she doesn't curse, but in a way she was saying, hey, you're kind of being a dick. You need to chill out. And I mean, and I know, when she's talking to me, I know how to turn that into my words so that I know she's being serious. And I need to, hey, you know what? Let me back up a little bit. Let me ease up on the throttle. I need to calm down. And that's something that I'm still working through. because of the anger that I have from the past. Things that were done to me that I have no control over, I'm getting angry about. And that's the biggest thing. You know, like I tell myself, I don't have to talk to my dad. And my therapist says, yeah, my therapist says, yeah, but you also have no obligation to hold that hate in your heart, especially when something wasn't done to you like that. I mean, you have no control over that. And so for me, that's what I've dealt with my entire life. I deal with it now. Anytime someone says I can't, I'm like, okay, watch me. Like, fuck you, dude. Watch me. I'm going to do it. I've had people doubt me my whole life, even my runs and my races. And I'm trying to do a 100-miler next year. I attempted one, screwed my leg up, and ran 3 weeks later and said, yeah, well, fuck that. Me too. And it's just all about moving forward. Like, it's inch by inch. It's going to take time. It's not overnight. And I've had to come to the realization that it's not something that's super fast. It's not a sprint, it's a marathon. I hear that. And I'm sure you can kind of understand this too. Some of us choose to be alone because it's what feels the safest, because nobody can hurt us, right? Because you're afraid of getting hurt. It's not because you're a burden, it's because you're afraid of getting hurt. I've been afraid my entire life because of my ADHD and my hyperactivity that I'm oversharing, or I feel like people hate my ass because they're not on the same kind of like wavelength that I'm on. You know what I mean? Because there's a lot of things that I've had to figure out on my own. There's a lot of things where I'm just like, you know what? Fuck it. It is what it is. I've made stupid ass decisions. I'm paying for them now, whether it be financial or real life, other bull crap, whatever it is. I'm figuring it out now. I'm still young enough to where I can kind of recover, thankfully, but I think everyone's going to make a mistake or two, maybe even more. I've made enough to where I know what to do. Hey, I could be the fifth. That's right. And here's the thing. One thing that people don't understand is that this is everyone's first time doing life. No one has come back and said, you know, hey, this is my second time. You know, we're not fucking cats. We don't have 9 lives. We don't come back after the first one and say, hey, how can I make this better? We're doing the best we can with what we have. I'm going to read something. It'll be somewhat long, so please bear with me. This is titled Fear, the Fire Within. Fear, it's the quiet voice that whispers, you can't. It's the invisible wall between who you are and who you're meant to be. Here's the truth. Fear isn't your enemy. Fear is your signal. It's proof that what you're facing matters. You don't feel fear when you're standing still. You feel fear when you're standing on the edge of growth. Every person who's ever done something great has met fear face to face. The brave aren't fearless. They're simply people who just refuse to let fear decide their story. Remember that fear is false evidence. Remember, fear is false evidence for appearing real. Sorry, can't read. It's appearing in your mind, showing you worst-case scenarios while your heart is begging you to try. Fear says, what if I fail? But courage answers, what if I fly? The difference between life and a dream, the difference between the life you dream of and the one you settle for is what you do when fear shows up. Do you freeze, or do you move even with your heart pounding and your hands shaking because something inside you knows it's worth it? Every time you walk through fear, you steal a piece of its power. You prove to yourself that the voice said that you couldn't was wrong all along. So next time fear whispers in your ear, don't run. Stand tall and say thank you, because fear only shows up when something bigger, stronger, and more beautiful is waiting on the other side. Fear is not the wall, it's the door. And on the other side of that door is you, unshaken, unstoppable, and free. And that's all I've got.
Damn right, man. Yeah, and like that's one of the things I love about these nights. There's always like a common theme. And I feel like the common theme is that I'm really enjoying is the other side of the fear, right? Like just take them couple next steps. You're gonna get where you want to get. It just takes time, takes patience, and it's scary as fuck through the whole thing. I got a memo from a lady that likes to sit in the back and heckle. Yeah, it's true. So, in case you didn't know, that's my baby mama. And all the other things that in a fairy tale world a baby mama would encompass. So, no, but she's like my partner in everything in life. She's a handler of mine, the number one handler of mine. The love of my life. Miss Donna Jean, everyone.
I still don't know what I'm going to say, so I'm going to wing it because I got the first part of it, so we'll just see where it goes. So first, I want to ask everybody in the room, who in the room has thought about killing themselves and really fucking wanted to? They just wanted to end it and be done. Everybody look around the room, please. Okay. I've been there, and it's funny, this is one of my favorite movies for this reason, and I always forget about it until it just feels right to remember it, and I just remembered it. It's called Wristcutters: A Love Story. And watching that movie changed my life in a sense for when I'm in those deep, dark places. Spoilers, I'm going to give them to you right now. But basically, it's about a guy who kills himself because his girl or this girl that he loved killed himself, whatever. He kills himself. Except for what happens when you kill yourself is you think that, like, okay, it's going to be over. The suck is going to end. Well, when you kill yourself, you end up in a place that's 10 times worse than where you were at. There's no stars in the sky. Everything's like really shitty colors. No flowers grow. There's no animals. No, you can't smile. You can't laugh. There's no such thing as fun or joy. And then once you're in that place, you're too scared to kill yourself again because you couldn't imagine it could be worse than where it was. And then now you discovered something can be worse. And then now you're scared that it could be even worse after that. So fear is cool because that gave me a fear of dying. Because what the fuck comes after? It's also one of the most intriguing things ever, but especially like when it comes to suicide. Like, what if that actually happens when you kill yourself? That's fucking terrifying. Like, I'm not going to do that. Fuck that. So I feel like you should watch that movie, probably with me and not alone. Okay? It's a beautiful movie, and it really is a love story, which is like funny at the end. But like, it's really awesome. It's a really good movie, but it really makes you think of like, we don't know, and like we think that this is misery, but like we have no idea like what actual misery is, even though it feels like we know right now, right? All right, so that was that part. Now I'm just gonna wing it. Fear. Yeah, but like that was the only tidbit that I knew. Like I wanted to bring up that movie and ask that question, and then now I'm like, that was it. Bye. See you guys. So fears, like I said, like fears, it can be good and it can be bad. Anyone who knows me well knows that I'm fearful of fucking everything. I'm so fearful of being, a bad mom, which everyone says, well, that makes you a good mom because if you're scared of being a bad mom, whatever. But like, it's terrifying. Look. I get that that's a thing. But it's still scary because you're like, okay, well, maybe they're just wrong. They don't know what they're talking about. My stupid thoughts know better than they do. They're not in my head. But no, really, I mean, the thoughts come down to everything, like Robbie taking Zen to the park, the two of them taking our kids to the park. I'm sitting here and I'm like, well, what if they look away for 2 seconds? What if they're too busy kissing each other and a child predator comes up and steals our kids? It's Florida. We live in the state where it only takes 2 seconds for your kid to go missing because of sex traffickers. And my son looks like a girl most of the time because he has long hair. So like it spirals and then it spirals and then it spirals and then you're like, Jesus Christ, what the fuck am I doing? And you just have to let go. But times like those, yeah, fear is fucking stupid. I need to get rid of it and just let go. But there's times where fear is healthy, like in the sense of me watching that movie now gave me an even bigger fear of death. It gave me a fear of killing myself. So I'm never going to get to that point. Now, there's times where me and Robbie fight and I'm just fucking numb and I'm done and I'm like, I'm over it. If it's not him, I don't want shit else, which I really feel that way. But it's going to end up with one of us dead, one or the other. But whatever. But you know, there's moments where, like, I'm down and I'm like, I just want to fucking die right now. But I'm not going to do it because every time I think about, like, really doing it, I'm like, no, what if I end up somewhere worse? That's going to suck. But then also, I've lived through so many of my friends dying. Like, I'm somewhere over 50 of my friends dying at this point. And every single one of them hurt so much. And I would never want to cause that pain to other people. And now, granted, that's me having a fear of how I make other people feel, which is also good. But then that correlates into most of the way I live my life is out of fear that I'm going to upset other people or hurt other people or something else with other people, especially Robbie. You know, I live my life to make sure he's happy, and I need to stop doing that. And I'm going to work on making me happy first. We're getting there. I know, and I love you too. But now I have 24 plants, and so far I have kept all of them alive. There's one bitch who's about to die, and I don't even care. She sucks. But I am keeping all of those plants alive, and that's a big win. I'm getting back into, like, my hippy-dippy weirdo shit that, like, I just kind of stopped doing for a while because I was like, whatever, Robbie's got this. And now I'm like, all right, I'll do it again. So I really did just want to get up here and go, I have a fear of public speaking, drop the mic and walk away. And I was like, well, that's silly. I'm not going to do that. But, like, you know, and for those who have been in this room often, for those of you that have been in this room often, you've heard me talk about a lot of the fears that I have in life. Because I do have a lot of them, and I've worked through a fuck ton of them. And looking back now, I'm like, that's exciting as fuck I worked through those fears. You know, there's really big fears that I've just recently worked through, and it's awesome, and that other side is dope. But I still have little fears every day. Like, I'm watching the camera of the back room to make sure Zen's okay and not hurting anybody or hurting himself. You know, I feel like those are kind of healthy fears, but also, like, I don't need to hawk it, you know? But I'm learning to be better with time and with patience. I'm getting better at managing my fear because it's my responsibility. It's not someone else's, and vice versa.
Like it was sweet until you fucking threw that dig on the back, bro.
No, I'm just saying, and vice versa.
Yeah, like
Jesus. It's an ACL tear, everybody. I did not. You're hearing what you want to hear, not what I said. Fear can be healthy and fear could be bad, and it's hard to figure out which is which. But honestly, that's what makes life fun at the end of the day, is just being able to work through that shit and come out on the other side and be like, holy fuck, I just did that. Yeah, I think that's it. All right, thanks, everybody. I love you. You want to see it again?
Thanks. Thanks for looking out for your pop, making sure he gets nice kisses from his lady. You know, kisses are the sweet spot. Are you going? Yeah, you got something to say? No, not tonight.
Probably not. Well, Riley has to speak since Michaela left.
Wait, what? Is that a rule? You speaking? All right. Riley's a fun young man. Riley's the brother of Chad. Riley is a funny little guy. And he likes to pretend that emotions aren't real. So let's welcome Riley and his emotions. I said let's welcome. I mean, yeah.
So fear. I think everybody has fears. I have some recent ones the past couple years that's come and go. But I know growing up I always had fears, the typical childhood fears. I'm scared of this, scared of that. I found outlets that helped out, like skateboarding has taught me to face my fears. Because I'm scared to jump down something, but I kind of want to do it. So I do it and I eat shit for like a couple hours. But then you finally overcome that fear and you land it. It's pretty badass. Sometimes it sucks. You know, get minor tears. Minor injuries, but you push through. Keep going. But yeah, those come and go. And I've gone over those now. But now, as the past couple of years, I've had some more recent fears of having a kid. That brings up a lot of scary shit. It's not that fun. Well, having a kid's fun, but the scary shit's not fun, right? It's a lot of fearful, but I think the biggest thing is just being a provider. That's scary, because everything relies on me. If I fuck up, that ruins a whole family. So that's like the biggest thing of mine. Like, I have to provide. I have to be the strong one. I have to figure everything out. I can't just say, fuck it, I'm going to dip, because then it fucks them up, and I don't want them to be fucked up, right? Yeah. It's not a fun thing. I'm not good at talking about my feelings, and this is helping. But I like to bottle it deep because I don't want to push that on to my loved ones. I don't want them to deal with the stuff I deal with. I don't think that's fair for them to have my issues. So I'm supposed to be the strong one. I can't push that towards them and make them feel sad for me because I have to be strong. I have to provide. I have to work 6 days a week, fucking bust my ass just to fucking, hey, decide which bill's gonna be late this fucking month. It sucks. It's not a fucking easy task to manage. And I'm trying. I'm pushing through it. I'm fucking doing it. And it's good stuff at times. You go to those dark places. But I've come to the conclusion that a permanent action will not fix a temporary solution, a temporary issue. So that keep telling myself that a permanent fucking action is not gonna fix a temporary problem. So I keep reminding myself that and just push through. And it's an inner bitch in my head I have to beat down. Fuck that inner bitch. I'm gonna push through it, kick its ass, and continue on. It's fucking life's a roller coaster, and it sucks. You just gotta ride out the suck and fucking keep going. Eventually, it'll come back up. It might come back down, but you just gotta do it. And it's something. It's fearful. Yeah. Fucking fear. Yeah. Yeah, slugs, dude. Some people eat slugs. You know that? Yeah. People eat slugs. They don't go to France, dude. Oh, snails. Oh, that's same shit. Yeah, same. Yeah, you're right. I don't know bugs like that, dude. Yeah. I'm allowed to, yes, but I'm not good at it. I'm not good at that. Yeah, we're working on that currently at this current state right now. We're working on that.
I have a feeling, and it feels like this.
Yeah, I become quiet and kind of just like ignore.
I have become quiet because of a feeling that made me feel like this.
Yeah, that's the hard part to do. To say that, yeah, that's difficult. But I'm out here doing this, so this is a step in the right direction.
Treat it like a fucking stair-step set. You're like, bro, I gotta go tell this chick how I feel. 10 stairs, bam, kickflip. You know what I'm saying?
Yo, fuck kickflips.
We're waiting on a feeling. Text Robbie.
Yeah. 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 And he won't talk to me because he doesn't want to flirt on me. Yeah, okay. Protectors we are. Yeah, it's a job. Short. Love you guys.
That's another reason why I love this thing, because gives people the option to say things they're not used to saying. So, yeah. Anyone else have speaking to do? Christy. Hey. I love it. So, I met Christy at the same convention I met Jerome at. And it's really interesting because today was really the first day I got to fully spend time around her. And now I'm like, oh, yeah, there's things in there. And that's why I'm really stoked that you're going to come do this. So, yes. Christy, everyone.
I've never done public speaking before. I'm an incredibly anxious human being, and this is terrifying. Thank you. The only reason I've learned how to project my voice is because I work in the construction industry with a lady from New York, and she's Italian. I have to be able to talk over her when she's on the phone with customers. But I love her. Speaking on the topic of fear, you know, we were also speaking on, you know, some hard subjects for me. You know, just about everybody, if not everybody in the room, raised their hand when Donna asked if they've, you know, seriously thought about killing themselves. And this is not something that is talked about in my family. It's very taboo. You know, my dad struggles with it. You know, my sister, she's got 3 kids. She's doing great, but sometimes she struggles with, you know, not necessarily to that extent, but she struggles too. I mean, 3 kids. You know, that's tough. And it's hard to think about sometimes. I mean, as Robbie said, I have a partner who is a wonderful healer. We've been together almost 10 years. And I still can't ask him to help me because I'm not ready for that yet. Because I'm so stuck in this cycle of fear that he's not going to be able to help me, that I'm going to be stuck like this for the rest of my life. And, you know, you talk about snapping at your partner and he's just wonderful and resilient and just like takes it in strides. That's him. I am a psycho fucking bitch sometimes, and I'm just like, I'm so sorry. Like, I'm 5 foot, 95 pounds, and I'm just like crazy. And he just takes it in fucking strides. And I wanted to, you know, kind of give him a little shout out, and I appreciate everything he does. You know, we've been working through a lot of our own fears when it comes to starting new things, business ventures, everything like that. And, you know, Robbie and Donna have been talking to both of us, you know, mostly Jerome, because this is my, you know, my first real interaction with them since meeting them at the convention. But we're working through it, and I'm trying to help him through his own fears, but that's hard when you have so many of your own. especially when those fears are failure. Those fears are rejection, and those fears are that you're never gonna be good enough for a partner that just takes everything in strides. He's so calm and so kind and so caring. And I don't feel like I'm able to give enough back to him. And that's the fear, almost 10 years later, that I still deal with him. And I know everybody in this room deals with their fears, and they deal with, you know, partners, parents, kids, and things like that, but, you know, it's hard to talk about, and it's hard to find somebody to help you, to pull you out of that, because sometimes no matter how many people you have rooting for you and how many people you have there that are willing to just do it, it's hard to pull yourself from that sometimes. And if you really don't work for it, you're going to stay in this constant cycle of just consistent fear. But there's breakthroughs. You know, I'm speaking in public right now. You know. And I'm assuming you're recording because there's cameras. Still very unsure if it's live or if it's just recording, but you know, a little bit of both. That's even more terrifying. You know, I psyched myself out. I'm like, I'm just not going to look at that shit. I'm just going to keep looking at him. I'm going to look at you because you were an inspiration. As tough as shit may be, I was like, I have to speak now because she got the fuck up there and did it. You know? And I just, as a person who is absolutely terrified of living, I'm terrified of dying. And that's a tough thing to fall in between because you get so low and you're like, damn, I don't want to fucking do this anymore. And then you're like, damn, but I don't want to do that. You know, where does that leave me? Do I just keep working towards it, or do I just keep sitting here and wallowing in my own fear of ever moving forward? Because what if I fail? And you can't do that, you know? And this is a big step for me, and hopefully I can get over the fear of failure, rejection, and the fact that I feel like everybody hates me, just like most of the people in this room feel that about themselves, you know. And that was a big thing for me too. But that's all I have, because I'm very much done with being in front of the camera. But thank you, thank you.
That's all right. It's all recorded. Don't worry. I always love when somebody doesn't expect to come up, and then they do. And then I love when somebody doesn't think they're going to do a great job or reach anybody, and then they do. And, you know, yeah. So, anyone else? Yeah. Yeah. And you told me, well, it's up to you if I go up, Robbie. You told me it's up to me if you go up here and talk. So you can be mad at yourself. A small part? And it gets to. You get to live happier. You have people. You have people that love you very much. So remember that. Yeah, that sucks. Receiving is hard. Yeah. Believe you're worth it. Yeah. That's why I stopped making our friendship a joke. I love you, fucker. So, do we have any more that want to speak? Well, I know they both have things to say. All right. Well, Candy it is, right? Came all by herself, brave as fuck, pushing through fears. Yeah. And now you're doing this. Yeah. Well, thank you, Candy. Give it up for Candy.
Okay, so yeah, one of the fears was walking in here by myself. I didn't have anyone to come with me. My daughter was working, and I really don't have any friends, so I guess I've always lived with some sort of fear. I don't remember most of my past. I think I've compartmentalized. I've got more boxes in my dark spot than I do in my light. I can't remember a lot. One of the things that scared the hell out of me that I actually got over about a year ago, last December, me and my girls had gotten out of a very bad domestic situation. Also living in total fear for the previous 10 years with him. One of the scariest situations I think I had with him was he had gone out and did some drugs that I didn't realize. I didn't know what he was doing. I was looking for him one night and I couldn't find him, and he was sitting out in the truck. And it wasn't like him to do that. And I asked him what he was doing. He's like, I'm fine. I'm just sitting out in the truck. I said, okay, whatever. Well, I went back in the house, and he came in and he started acting all crazy, and I followed him outside, and he got angry about something. Again, I can't remember. I've had so much trauma go on. It's really affected my memory. But we were arguing about something, and I'm 115 pounds, soaking wet, 5 foot tall. He's 6 feet tall, 260 pounds. He's huge. We're arguing out in front of the house. You could hear it up and down the street. It's probably like 1 or 2 o'clock in the morning. And I said something to him, and he just started screaming at me, "You go fucking say that again," and he went like this. I don't know what came over me. I just stood straight up right at him. I said, "Go right the fuck ahead." And he backed off. That was a couple of years ago. Our fights were horrible. We have a 9-year-old. When she was a baby, he would follow me around the house, yelling and screaming at me, swearing, calling me names, holding her. And one day I just looked up at her, and she was like maybe 2 years old, and she was looking like there's nothing wrong. She was totally desensitized to the whole thing. I've taken her to a doctor recently. She's been going to a therapist, and she says she's not schizophrenic, but she's fractured. She has her own little world that she lives in. She has these little friends that she makes with her hands, and has done that since before she knew how to talk, but she still does it. I filed an injunction on him, not this past May, but the May before that. And I filed the injunction for sexual assault, and the court kind of screwed me. I went in on a Friday. They told me, oh, it'll take about 2 weeks. Come back on Monday, get your court date. I went back on Monday. They're like, oh, it's Thursday. Gave me no time to get counsel or talk to anybody. Went to the court date, and the judge looked at him and said, hey, if I grant this injunction, you're going to prison for the things that she wrote down. But the judge screwed up and let him talk to me and ask me questions. So when the judge did that, I turned into a little 5-year-old again, and I'm like, yeah, okay, yeah, whatever he says. Sure. Judge says, well, I don't have enough to go on, so I can't grant the injunction, so he gets to come home. My son mediated a talk between he and I for about 2 hours. My son's 25. He did a really good job at it, too. He would my ex would constantly try to talk over me. My son would say, it's her turn, just let her talk. So I actually got out some things I needed to say. We still had to live together for another 7 months after that until I was able to get enough money to get out and get away from him. And the only way that I could get away was to tell him that the landlord wanted his house back, because we were on a month-to-month, so I was able to tell him, hey, we got to get out by the beginning of December, and I'm not moving with you. So that was pretty terrifying, kind of living in that situation. After, when the judge let him come home, of course he was on his best behavior. He still is, because he thinks I'll call the cops on him if he does or says anything. But, I mean, I've lived in fear for a lot. I had a 17-year marriage before that was pretty similar. So I'm trying to work through that. It's really good that I've been out for a year. I still have to deal with him daily because of our daughter, but I'm not really afraid of him anymore now that we're not living together. If he does something I don't like, I can actually voice my opinion because I can walk away and go home. But that's, I guess, what I wanted to say. That there's,
Very brave of you. Thank you. So has she convinced you? Yeah. That's why you're supposed to do it. You don't have to. Got it. Jado? Oh. So this just happens to be my son. I know the guy real well. He's a good guy. I love him a lot. Chopped?
Yeah, it's a term that the kids use these days.
I'm hip with the kids. I love you. Yeah, we French kiss.
I appreciate it. I do.
This is, yeah. My son, Jaden Rapole, y'all.
Hi. I've been scared of everything since I was born. I think, the biggest thing for me was abandonment for, my mom. I love her now and everything's good, but for a while it was a little spooky, and she wasn't always wasn't around and was doing other things, and I had him luckily. So like, it's weird when you were talking about your like abandonment with men. I feel like, God or whatever you believe in, gives me something to relate to that. So I had it with women. So like, a big fear of mine was always losing, my mom, and then he had, girls that he'd bring around, and then they'd leave and they'd be around for a minute and things would be cool, and then, they want to be, and then they want to be there, and then I'd be like, where'd they go? And that sucks. So, that transferred to, me getting older and starting dating. And, I love women. They're beautiful. And they're scary. Women are scary. Yeah, they could be terrible, but I love them. So, like, I've had my run-ins with women, and definitely have had to learn that just because you're with someone doesn't mean that like that's your life. That's your part of your life, but it's not you. And I've had a couple of examples of that for myself, but most recently it was definitely a hard time for me. Last year to two, where I was just in a really dark place. And I did think about killing myself for sure, definitely. I made some songs about it if you guys like music. I put my emotions in my music, whether I'm happy or I'm sad or I'm lit as fuck or I'm not, and it's definitely a great outlet, but I'm like fearful that I'm just gonna be a local rapper forever, that I Instacart and I deliver, food, and that's my contribution to society. So, but then I hear about what everybody says, and I know that, it's perspective, and everybody's going through shit, and shit. There's people going through shit that I could never picture or imagine that I've heard tonight, and that horrify me. So, like, it's a good thing to look at perspective in that way. And at the end of the day, fear is just not making the sophomore basketball team, and fucking, what, I'm not gonna be a fucking Drake or something, so it's like I just try to, like everybody's in here said, find something to love about yourself, that you did good, that you do good. I rap pretty good in my opinion. I fucking love the people that I love. I love my girlfriend, and I love my family. I love my little brother, and there's definitely a lot to be here for. It's scary, and I stress daily. I stress about money more than anything, and I get that from this fucker. But hopefully one day that won't be a fear of mine. That's probably one of my biggest fears, is hopefully I won't be fucking scared of just living on a day-to-day basis, and like, I can not live check to check, and like, be not just a support. I'm a support system for my people and for my girl, but at the end of the day, I'm a bitch, so I can't. I'm a cry. I'm a cry about my feelings, and I'm gonna tell you how I feel. So I don't ever feel like I can't show it. So you should fucking show it, 'cause damn, like, you're a dad and shit, dude. Like, fuck, like, that scares me. What you were saying was scaring me, but you go through real shit, and you should look at it more like that and give yourself some more like time to just fucking cry and be sad, bro. Like, give yourself that time. Let your kid know that it's okay to be like that. It's not like too scary to be, just sad, because I wish people would have told me that more. And he definitely did, but yeah, fear. And I think everybody should just stop being fucking afraid of fear and just start being afraid of not living. I think we should all be afraid, because we could wake up tomorrow or we could not. So that's why I try to live by, and I'm gonna keep making music and hopefully making my dreams come true, and I hope everybody's dreams can hear come true as well. Love you guys.
It's your big dog. Are we bringing Faithington up? Is that what's happening? Or? Look at that. Look at that. The subject is fear. It's a good thing. In front of the cameras. This is Jaden's lovely girlfriend, Faith. She's wonderful. I said she's wonderful.
Wow.
You guys are cute with your matching shoes.
Thank you. Slides are very bright.
They're very ugly shoes. Like cool ugly.
They were $6.
They look like space. You know,
They're
like
very
the future.
comfortable. They're better than Crocs. I'm not much of a public speaker. I've never done this before, so here I am. But I do have a lot of fears all the time. I am a paramedic, so I face fears daily. I don't know. I get scared often. I get scared about taking care of my patients. I get scared about leaving the field possibly, or like actually. I have a great opportunity with these guys, and I'm terrified of that as well. So just terrified of change and everything going on. But I don't know. That's about it. That's all I got. But I'm a little scared up here, so I'm going to give it back to you.
Littles? Littles? Okay, yeah, I wasn't sure what was going down. All right, the next ones to come up are the Littles. Gosh, it's getting late. Oh, I'm very proud of both of you for speaking things. That's true. I'm sad I'm not going to be around for your show on the 15th. You're not going to be around? No, I'm going to be at work.
Fuck. Well, I mean, that's a way cooler show than mine, but maybe one day.
Wow. Every show you do, Jaden, is the coolest show I've ever seen. I feel you, dog. Oh, you win. Yeah, I woke up at 7. I was like, oh my God, it's 7 a.m. Like, who does this? Yeah. You do that a lot. Man. That's baller status. You strong man, strong like bull. He has his own agenda. Oh, Mr. Cupcake Man.
Say hi, everybody.
Hi, everybody. It's time.
You did.
Yeah.
Do you know what fear feels like?
No.
Are you afraid of anything?
Yes.
What are you afraid of?
I'm afraid of my games.
Of your games?
No, I'm afraid of my games.
Of your dreams?
Everybody, I'm afraid of my games.
You're afraid of your dreams? What are
Yeah.
your dreams about?
About to put the game.
About spooky stuff?
Yeah.
Like zombies? Yeah. But hey, I know a super cool trick to make it so zombies can't hurt you or scare you anymore. Do you know what that is?
Mhm.
So everybody in this room is gonna clap real loud, and then the zombies can't scare you anymore.
Why?
Isn't that cool?
Mhm.
Because it's magic. And we love you. Yeah. Should we try it?
Yeah.
Yeah? Okay, say ready, set.
Use it.
Huh?
Use it.
I should?
Mhm.
Okay, so once everybody claps, your dreams can't scare you anymore, right? Okay, ready, set, go. So that's it. You can't have scary dreams anymore.
Why?
Because we just did magic. Isn't that so cool?
What they wrote up so loud in my dreams?
Yeah, so anytime that something scary shows up in your dreams, just remember everybody clapping so loud. And then that will scare away the scary stuff.
Oh.
Yeah, that's so cool, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, heck yeah, dude. Okay, we're going to let the big girls talk now?
Mhm.
Okay, say thank you, everybody. I love you.
Tutu, I bet you.
He only did it for the cupcake. Zach, if you ever break Robbie's heart, I'm going to find a way to anonymously send you boxes of slugs. I'm not going to. No, I'm not.
Oh, you just took the microphone. All right, who's going to first? Cora and Chad. Oh, Cora and Amelia, the dangerous duo.
The tired duo today. Duo today.
Okay, so I was I didn't know which way to bring up this topic that much. And how do I start this off? So, when the night that Cora's mom had the accident, I was at my friend's house and I didn't find out till like the morning, and I was super like, what in the world just happened? What? And I was just so confused on how and why wasn't I there when this happened. And when my mom finally picked me up, I was just so upset and scared. And I was scared for Megan, but I was also scared for Cora because I remember times where I was super scared and I didn't know what to do and I didn't know how to show my fear and how to talk to someone about my fear. So I never said anything about it and I kept it all inside instead of saying something about it, which it bothered me. And now I try to talk about it more because if something bothers me, I don't want it to be a burden on me or me being bothered by it so much as being a burden on somebody else. But that day, I lost control of that balance, and we were in the car and we were driving, and I was like, I want to go see them. I want to go see them over and over. And my mom was like, oh, well, I get you want to go see them, but we got to wait a little while. And I said, I don't want to wait a little while. And I'm over here getting angry because my fear, it was fear still. It was just turning into anger, a ball of rage that wasn't being controlled or balanced at the time because I was scared myself. Instead of handling it and talking about it, I turned it into anger and I took it out on my mom. And I didn't want to do that. I was just worried that something bad was going to happen, that I wasn't there to support anyone, that I wasn't there to do anything. And at that moment, I felt very useless in the situation. And I knew that, well, cause of nature, I can't do anything about that. But it made me very sad that I wasn't standing there right next to my friend when she was going through fear herself. And that my fear turned into that anger, and it caused me to break out into more fear instead of saying something about it. So when I think of fear, I think of times where I lose control of myself and I get scared and I don't know what to do. So I close up everything instead of opening up to somebody about it. And there's so many times I've done this, and just it's nerve-wracking because I don't know when I'm going to do it again. I don't know over what I'm going to do it. I don't know what's going to happen in the future. So I get really nervous about it when I think about it. So that's why I didn't know how to approach this subject today. But I've always been told about fear that if you don't face your fears, you can't conquer it. But every single time I face my fears, it's either I get scared and I try to hide them, or I don't do anything about them. So when that happened, I was very scared, and I was really scared for my friend and her mother, and I just didn't want anything bad to happen to them. And fear is my fear itself. And even though fear is really scary, sometimes you need to breathe and talk to somebody who also maybe can understand you in a way where you're scared too. So that's what I have to say about fear today.
Sorry if I just sometimes bounce off of topics randomly. Yeah. Fear can be hard for some people. Sometimes my fear, I can have stage fright. And back to the thing she was talking to, I guess.
It's okay. You want to be done? Okay, you can be done. It's a lot for her to process. She was great, though. She's been a huge help. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. You gonna be done? Okay.
Let's give it up for the kids one more time. How you doing, my friend? All right, so are we? Jerome, is it time? You speak or no speak? do you like? It's not about me, it's about you. Yeah. All right, so this wonderful magical man, we met in a weird way at a convention in a cool little healing tent, and you've been an integral part of what I've been working through and helping me navigate some shit. So to hear you speak, I feel like it would be brilliant. So give it up for Jerome.
Hi, my name is Jerome, and I guess a little background. I do a different form of, I guess you could say, like, it's more shamanistic, but it's between spirituality and science, so there's no denomination. So it's kind of like soul work. I call it energy work so people can kind of understand it a little bit. It's not really something for everyone that isn't quite ready for it. People are still dealing with fears, anxiety, shame, guilt, and unless they're willing to change their perspective, which it's okay if you're not, but most people aren't. We need these things. They benefit us. They help us to grow. Without any of those things, you wouldn't be who you are, and that's just plain and simple. We've touched on books. You said it's your story, and that's relevant because who wants to read a boring story? You need the drama, you need the suspense, you need the good, the bad, you need the antagonist, protagonist, or it's not a good book, it's not a good read, So what I deal with is perspectives, and whatever perspective you choose is relevant for you. It's real for you. Zen is afraid of his dreams. That's relevant for him. In a sense, we're all just 30, 40, 50, 60-year-old children, in my eyes. I'm the same way, myself included, and it's a perspective. Everything's real for every person individually. Nothing is irrelevant to the person in their head. You are the center of your story, and everything revolves around you. You're your own universe, and we seem to all be going through the same thing, myself included. People just think I got my shit together, but I'm probably the furthest from it. But I have been dabbling and contemplating these things since I was Zen's age, and I didn't understand it. And the older I got, the more I just wanted to be normal, but knew I couldn't. And I guess since I met Robbie, it's a no going back for me. Things have been really different with helping him understand what he's going through. I become a mirror for someone else, and then I started to realize that shit, I'm just reflecting myself. There's a teaching that you never really talk to anyone. You're always just reflecting yourself, because that person can only hear what you told them reflected back at you. And it goes along the lines of, thoughts are your own. Those are things that science has proven somehow seem to come from outward, and you're an antenna for it. The only things that we really do is feel, which, is the human way, but feeling is what makes something real. You can get a million thoughts a day, and I don't personally succumb to most of them. I think I'm probably the only person that didn't raise my hand about the suicide thing, because when I was 4 or 5, I realized there's nothing to do and there's nowhere to go. So that doesn't, that's irrelevant to me, you know, and to each their own. I mean, it's not to say that I've had moments in my life, of course, that made me feel like I wanted to die, but I immediately got myself out of it because there's nothing to do and there's nowhere to go. And there's like first world problems and third world problems, and I feel like I'm always stuck in, even though I grew up in first world, I'm stuck in a third world problem of not survival in a sense, but like whatever I'm dealing with now does not really matter. And I try and make that a truth for myself because, you know, I live in a nice house and drive cars, and, you know, I'm not worried about something jumping out in the bushes and killing me randomly every single day, or where I'm getting my food from. And if I don't kill something today and hunt it, then I'm going to starve, you know. And I try and make that my reality so that the first world problems that I'm dealing with really aren't fucking problems. And it's a perspective, and it's a very hard thing to do. And I always encourage that everyone just do it at their own pace. And there's no right or wrong to any of this. Like, you're exactly where you need to be and who you need to be right now. And there's no point in getting upset or forcing it, because you'll look back, and if you made $1 million tomorrow, you wouldn't be 6 months down the road where you were supposed to be. You know what I mean? Unless you were really supposed to win that. But there's no point in forcing it. There's no point in getting upset about things, because we're all just kind of actors in this play. And my teacher used to always kind of refer to this little steel ball that's in this magnetic casing, and it draws in the sand all these beautiful pictures and stuff, but he just always continues to explain to me that I'm just the ball, and the more I resist is the uglier the picture is going to get. There's constant forces that are moving that ball, and you don't have to worry about what it's doing or where it's going, just roll. And I think we all get too caught up in this life and feeling too much and wanting to control that ball, when you can just let go and realize that you're going where you need to go, you're doing what you need to do, and whether you feel it or not, something is always leading you to make you, which is the picture that you don't see quite yet, because you're still the ball right now. And eventually you'll return to not being the ball again. If that makes any sense. That's why I say I don't like talking, because I just like ping off of different people. And when I do one-on-one work, it's based on me mirroring you and what you want to hear when you want to hear it, or else I'm just going to piss you off. And I learned at a young age that the truth will set you free, but it's going to piss you off first. So I like to do it in stride, because sometimes I say shit that people really don't want to hear, and then I just get fuck yous across the room. So hopefully I didn't upset anyone. I don't think I did. Okay, perfect. Well, I can feel it sometimes in the room, so I just kind of check. But I do like different kinesiology work, and I do like, oddly enough, a lot of counseling. Half the work is the energy that it's hard to say how it works, because like I still don't understand it, but it's this force, and I say it's quantum because it pushes people into different states and allows them to push past their current limit of who they are and what they thought they were, The energy tends to work on whatever level or whatever you need done. I mean, the first woman I did, she got up and started running, and she barely could walk, and I was just like, what the fuck, does she normally do that? And, you know, her whole family was quite amazing. She kept coming back to me, and in like 7 weeks and a bunch of sessions, she was putting her shoes on to go running, but couldn't walk for 20 years. So it gives people what they want, and it seems to be a lot of psychological things at first. Robbie came to me for one thing, and he got something completely fucking different. And, you know, you don't plan for these things. He knows more than anyone else what he needs, and I'm talking about his subconscious. So we just work with what we got. And we're trying to, me and him together, that it's okay to not be in control, and it's okay to be the steel ball and not know where you're going, but you got to have faith that you're making a beautiful picture. Thank.
All right, so you can use whatever excuse you like. Yeah, it might be a solid excuse. All right, well, thank you all. There was a lot of fucking vulnerability in this room, a lot of real truth, a lot of hard shit for some people to handle. It's usually your own shit that's hard for you to handle. Everyone else's shit is really easy to handle, it seems. But it's beautiful to watch everybody hold space for each other and support each other and give love and and just watching the room target people with love and support is brilliant. So thank you all for being vulnerable, for being honest, for sharing yourselves, and for being brave even though you had lots of fear.
So I had this little conversation with Robbie before we came in here about the fact that we hadn't met for a while. And I pointed out to him the fact that we didn't meet a lot because people had all these other appointments and other things that we were doing. And the work that we do here is magical. And we're not in charge of when it happens at all. Spirit brings us together and puts just the right beautiful combination of people in the room at just the right time. And that's why we're here tonight at this moment. So if we don't see each other for a while, it's not time for the next dose of medicine, is how I think about it. So we got a good dose of the wonderful, loving, unconditional, holy medicine from Spirit tonight. Thank you.
I think that was the closing we needed for the evening. That was fear. Huh? Oh, yes. We have not, yeah. I mean, yes. Patreon, Human Narrative. We do that thing. There's lots of free stuff on there right now. Sign up and subscribe so that way we'll put more stuff on there. Yay, Patreon. Yeah, so thank you everyone for coming. This is always a magical time. Never disappoints. So I appreciate everyone for being here. I appreciate everyone for sharing. I appreciate everyone for tuning in. And I love you all, and have a good night.